Okay, good morning, good evening, folks, wherever you are around the world. But today we are here at IRC with the Regional Cup, a new concept that we are trying out for this event, this week event. And with me in the commentary box, I have Rusty Nish, who will be the commentator for majority of this race, and our very own streamer returning back, Electrip, who will be showing you all the actions on the track. And if you are confused how the race is gonna pan out, just sit tight. We do have all the explanations right there. But before moving on to that, let's just have a hello and hi from our commentator and our streamer. So how you guys doing for today?
Doing great, super excited. North, south, east, west, and then you have the NRIs, which all our viewers will be knowing more about soon. But it's going to be a fun-packed evening, and this is the only way I can make do if F1's not on TV right now. There's no better way to spend a Saturday evening. What about you, Electric?
Well, I am really excited for today's race. Let's see how everything pans out. Again, this is a new concept, so yeah, let's see what happens. Just excited overall today.
Yep, let's just hop onto the livery. So how we have worked out is we have divided, the regions in India into four different regions: east, west, north, south, as well as we have one additional region called NRI. We have on the screen the livery that east region will be running. Again, all the races will be on multiplayer cars, so each region will be running the same livery. We are now on board with the west region, who have decided to go with a white and neon themed livery. Will be very eye catching in the race, but let's see if their car can perform as such in the race as well. Moving on, we should be greeted by the I think it is North livery. Yep, the North people have gone with a classic livery. The North region comprising mostly of Delhi NCR and around that area, Punjab, Haryana, UP, a couple of people from there as well. East region is mainly northeast as well as around that region. Moving on, we have the South livery, who have chosen to go with the forest green. So they are, sporting a dark green livery. Again, South region comprises mostly of Chennai, mostly of Tamil Nadu, and then Karnataka and Kerala. Coming to the NRI region livery, we are on board with the NRI region livery, who have decided to go with a blue themed livery, kind of representing the globe color. If I'm not wrong, is what they went with the concept. But again, it's for everyone who is, an Indian and living outside this country. So let's just go to some still. Yep. So. It's a black screen, Electrip.
Perfect. Okay, should we hear now?
Yep. So, coming to the format, I will quickly take you through the format. More will be revealed as we are going through the lobby, through the sessions. But how the races are supposed to be is that in the beginning, the full event is gonna be a series of 4 events. The first one is an 18 minutes quali around Brazil. The second one being Italy. The conditions you will see as we progress through the session. The third one being France, and the fourth one being Bahrain. How the event works is each team will send 4 of their drivers, resulting in a total 20 drivers on the grid. And then out of those 4 drivers, the position in which they finish their previous event is gonna decide the position they will be for the next race. Their teammates will be for the next race, rather. So say if the just for example, if the east region manages to get a position of P2, 3, 4 and 5 in the first event, that is the 18 minutes quali, for the next event, that is the 25% race around Italy, P2, P3, P4, P5 will be occupied by the east region drivers themselves, but the drivers will be different, because there is a condition that everyone in their team has to get to race in at least one of the events, and it's we have assigned team captains for facilitating this job. So it's all up to the captains how to decide whom to send in which event to get the max point out of it. We have a custom point system as well, and we will be updating you with the standings between the events as well. But for now, since we are already 10 minutes late, let's just hop into what will be our quali grid, so you can see the what the captains have rather chosen. That we have what the captains have chosen whom to represent their region for the first event itself, which is the 18 minutes quali at Brazil. So from east we have myself, Ninja, Don, and Rant. From west we have Nihar, Joker, Neon, Manish Kanchan. From north we have Charitra, Aditya, and Hydrus KG. From south we have SSJ Assassin, Akash Hegde, 8 Cylinders, Vinay. From NRI we have Chicken, Black Sheep, Sid Kulkarni, and Parakshit. So we have all the 20 drivers ready. We will soon get into the race. Let me also just join the lobby because I am also participating in the first event. Don't worry, you guys will not miss any moment because my fellow commentators, Rusty, Nish, and Electric, will keep you company for the entirety of the 18 minutes quali. And with that, I will explain more about the format in the upcoming breaks we have between the events. But for now, that's it from my side. Rusty, Electric, take it away.
Thank you so much. Catch a bit of water before you start driving. I'm sure that'll help. But thank you so much for putting it out in such easy to understand terms for both me, Electric, and all the viewers who have tuned in today. So, yep, 18 minutes quali. It is Brazil, one of the tracks I really like, but I would have rather had it for a race. But we are gonna soon tune into Brazil. 18 minutes. Seeing the grid right now, do you have any predictions, Electric?
I mean, to be honest, I'm just expecting the top runners to run away as usual. Like I'm expecting No More Prope and Black Sheep to be leading the quali today, and probably and Hydra's getting it in there somewhere, getting a good fight to pole. But yeah, I'm interested to see how WTF Chicken does, since he's new to the game, but he's been showing a lot of pace. So yeah, excited for today.
I mean, given the number of drivers we have, the captains have to take a lot into consideration because at the end of the day, you're not just battling it out for this one race, but this quali does affect your next race as well. So, do you go for someone who is quicker in quali, or do you go with them in the race? There's so many parameters the team captains and the teams themselves would have had to consider. So, it makes things very interesting because at the end of the day, it's a quali and 3 race event. So all of that starts weighing in as well. Do you save your best for the race, or do you save him for quali, because then it allows maybe someone who's the second fastest in your team to start ahead of the track and keep that place, which in turn gives you 50 points. Yep, all of you guys heard it right. It starts with 50 and goes until 1. Everyone who finishes the race does get a point, but if you DNF, unfortunately, no points. So apart from that, we also have a point for the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, I feel like giving, actually, to be honest, in my opinion, race pace is much more important. So I would save your best drivers for the race rather than quali, because anything can happen into turn 1. So yeah, that's what I would say.
I agree with you. I think makes a lot of sense to save the best driver for the race. But then again, you don't want your best driver to be caught in the midfield battles, because you might be putting them in danger. So it's about trying to find that thread, the fine line between ensuring that you've saved your best drivers for the race, but at the same time you're not giving them a
Yeah.
terrible spot to start off from.
I mean, to be honest, this a lot of drivers have different strengths, because defining the best driver is kind of hard, because some people are really good, like their one-shot quali pace is amazing, but they can't hold it for the entire race. Yet some people, they can maintain a consistent lap time, even though they're not fast in one lap, but over race distance, they don't make mistakes. So you have to find the balance on who can deliver that one shot and who can consistently carry a decent time throughout the race. So balancing it out is really important.
Yep, absolutely agree with you. Also, the fact that we do have some wet races and some dynamic weather races also starts weighing in, because some drivers are just so much more better in the wets as compared to they or compared to the others around. So all of those little things, I'm sure all the captains and all the teams would have spent a lot of time discussing amongst themselves, trying to figure out each other's strengths and weaknesses, which in turn allows for our community to grow as such, because this would have enabled a lot of dialogue between everyone from their respective regions, which is great for the community itself.
Yep, just a small update. Right now, we are missing one driver, so we are just waiting on him. Sorry, you guys have to drag somewhat more, trying to figure out who is missing. But yeah, apart from that, we will soon be underway. You will get to know. But yeah, that's the status currently.
All good.
Thank you, Propi.
So yeah, as you were telling, a lot of strategy will go into deciding who races where. Again, it's not restricted to a specific, grid or a specific tier. Anyone can race anywhere, for that matter. There is no, we will see a lot of mix grid and mix action going on today. A lot of fast drivers might get stuck behind the slow ones. Let's see what happens.
Do you want to give a sneak peek into the thought process behind the East lineup?
So, technically, since I was involved in most of the organizing of the event, I have kept myself away from any decision regarding any of the grid, because then there will be conflict of interest. So, apart from that, how it went in our den was, it was mostly, we first took advice from people what are their strong tracks and what they want to do, in which I obviously suggested that I am good in quali. But after that, 1 second, let me just get in. Yes, so after we had got everyone's opinion, we just, kind of slotted them in, and then some thought process went into, like, getting, making the best out of the conditions and all. As we say that, we have everyone in, and we will soon be readying up. Let me just pass on the information. I will let you two guys carry on. Hopefully you will have some action to spectate soon.
Propi, all the best for quali. But quickly running all of you guys through the captains for today. South is headed by Harry Rocks. East is headed by PP and SD. Those two are a team everywhere.
You can say SD mostly. I did not do anything.
Okay, the only reason PP could not do much over there was because he was doing all of this, which you are seeing over here. But SD is heading east, and then we've got Crazy Joe heading west. Helium's heading north, and WTF Chicken is heading the NRI division. I mean, division team. What do you think we should call them, Electric? Region, division, team? I mean, we are calling it the regional cup, I guess.
I think region will be better.
Yep.
Yeah, region makes more sense. That's how they divided into. As we can see, the session's about to start in like 20 seconds. We'll switch over to the game very shortly.
Is going to be dry, and this lineup sets the grid for the wet Monza. Next we have, and I have, like, from my experience of driving Monza in wet, is that you need to be super good on your brakes, because turn one, when you're flat out and heading into that brake zone, it is literally you're praying for your wheels to stick half the time. But heading into the session, I'm pretty sure everyone's just going to throw on those soft set of tires. So each driver gets 3 sets of tires. So I'm assuming everyone's going to put out 3 hot laps or try to go out thrice on those softs, because everyone is aware that Italy is up next and it's going to be a wet race. So the tires don't really matter. Let's see who's the first out on track. So for to enable easy understanding, as you guys can see on the timing screen, it's pretty self-explanatory. But whatever's there within the bracket, that's the region they are from. So east, south, west, north. NRI is for well NRI. Interestingly, no one's still out of the pits. Everyone's selecting their setups.
Yeah, it's going to be a.
Do you think it makes sense to go out or just wait for the second half of the quali and once the track's rubbered in?
I mean, it depends if because how many the drivers have around, depending on what tire choice they have around 3 sets of softs. I would just
Yep.
say do as many laps as you can, because plus
Yeah,
it's not gonna carry over to the next race. So I think the
yeah,
best thing to do is just do as many laps as you can.
I agree. And also in Brazil, one more thing is you don't really have a lot of invalidations apart from probably the Senna SS. So clearly, no one's. It looks like they're all playing a game of chicken, seeing
Yep.
who's gonna go out first. I mean, like, might as well go out there on the inters and lay the rubber,
True,
as we
true.
have been saying.
But yeah, I think the first like 5 to 6 minutes will just be them getting a feel for the track. Oh, and someone left the session. Oh no.
Unfortunately, Manish Kanchan has left the session. Joker also left the session. I
Oh no.
hope it's not another Cody's bug. Please no.
Okay, hey,
Ah,
someone joined
I
back.
think it's yeah.
Huh. Okay, this isn't.
I was actually just reading an article. Like I just opened an article
Yeah.
regarding Cody's. The race published something. Codemasters' previous attempts at racing game story modes. Are you a big fan of the story mode?
I mean, to be honest, the story modes are my favorite part of the F1 games.
Really?
Yeah, because multiplayer they have issues like this. You can clearly see what's going on. But the place they shine is, in my opinion, Cody's they have one of the best campaigns in any racing games. That's what I feel.
That's interesting. I personally like the only time I open F1 is because if I'm playing multiplayer.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
So-
multiplayer is good, but you know,
Interesting.
yeah.
I don't think I've played this. I don't think I've even started the story mode on F1 2021. Maybe I should.
Lap one, I think the lobby is bugged.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, okay.
Oh no.
Guess we're going back here till they fix it.
Yeah, but AlphaTauri in Brazil. I really like the livery of AlphaTauri.
Yeah, that's a really good livery.
Yep. But so France going from dry to wet will probably provide the most interesting race because the 2 laps before changing tires and the 2 laps after changing tires are super tricky to drive on. Sometimes you do get an advantage by going on by changing your compound early, but sometimes it just means you've signed a death contract for yourself.
Pretty much, that's how it is.
And Jeff is probably the worst race engineer ever. So if you guys are new to the game and if Jeff says something, just ignore it.
Yeah, pretty much. He's yeah.
Jeff probably works part time in Ferrari.
I feel like he got fired from every team in F1, and you know he's making a living.
I'm pretty sure
Cody-
Ferrari wouldn't have fired him. Slow
Ferrari
move
was.
on, slow
I
move
mean-
on.
I mean, to be honest, he's still a better race engineer than Ferrari.
Yep.
And yeah,
Talking about race engineering strategy, brilliant by the Mercedes team. Like as always, that's probably the
Yeah.
nicest oiled machine that exists.
people, I don't know why a lot of people say they found the race boring. I know it's a repeat of Hungary 2019, but come on, like. it
Yeah,
could ha-
exactly.
For Spain, you don't even have a lot of racing. It made it much more exciting.
100%. Also, all the battles in the midfield, you had Alonso trying to keep the
Yeah.
pack behind. We saw multiple moves Pierre Gasly, I think he got this move done in the new turn 8 or something, where he dives down the inside and takes over from Kimi. Like, we saw so much racing, and in a track where it's difficult to overtake, we saw so many overtakes. And in my opinion, apart from the obvious Mercedes crash and Verstappen's first win in 2016 on this day, it's probably the best Barcelona
Yeah, it's
GP.
the best Barcelona GP easily.
Yep.
So I am pretty sure you guys would have gotten the update that Cody did its deed. So
Yes.
we are
Yep.
we are making a new lobby, and I hope that you can join on Kapil again. He has made a new lobby, and there is an update from the West team. So instead of Nihar racing for West in the first event, that's being replaced by Kimrai because Nihar's PC has just died, because of which
Okay.
we were stuck in the previous lobby. So,
F in the chat,
so
boys.
that's one update in the lineup. Yeah.
Yep.
Apart from that, what were you guys talking? France, Spain, something I heard.
We were just discussing the Spanish GP from last week.
Okay. What do you
Yeah.
think about Monaco coming next
Uh,
week?
Monaco's
Mazepin is there.
always been there just because it is Monaco. Nobody cares about the race.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that being said, if Perez can stay within the Mercedes, within the front three, like if he can stay within 5 seconds of Bottas, it could be a strategy battle, which is the only thing I'm looking forward for. And
you-
obviously, Lewis Hamilton will start crying, Bono, my tires are dead. Oh, let me do a fastest lap. Bono, my tires are
I'm
just going
curious.
off.
I want to see where Mazepin finishes. Will he finish the race?
Do you think like honestly, I have a doubt. Do you think he'll start? Because Haas has so many problems, and I feel like let's not kick a dog which is already down. But I mean, it's hard not to, right?
As Jeff would
yeah,
say,
that, yeah, even I agree that one of the things that people will be waiting to watch is Mazepin's crash. But I like how we have turned the regional cup into just talking about in real life F1, because Codemasters keeps doing its deeds and we have to fill
Yeah.
in the gaps with
The
some
o-
kind of talk. But
the
yeah,
only
carry
thing
on.
we can hope for is hope they fix it next year, which we have been hoping for the past 2-3 years when I started.
I think
Electrip,
the
I would ask
probability-
you to select spectator
Okay,
in
my
the
bad.
lobby.
Sure.
Yeah, otherwise
The
you would.
probability of them fixing it has probably gone down
Yeah.
with EA taking over.
Let's see what happens.
mean, I'm
Maybe
not-
some resources would have come in.
I feel like it could go either really good or really bad. But
Yep,
yeah, because
agreed.
EA is rich, so if you can pour more money into the game and fix all the bugs, that'd be nice. But we can only hope for that.
Yeah, let's see what happens. But yeah, definitely the price increase is
Yeah.
not
I just hope
keeping
they
it
don't bring in
very
this.
enthusiastic for this, for new people to get into the game. So let's just hope they improve the game so that new fan base is generated.
Yeah.
But apart from that, like, we can't do much. We are stuck with F1 2020 till the new game comes out. We just try to find new ways to have fun in the game.
F1 must also be really keen, right? Because like given how their viewer base is growing with Drive to Survive providing so many viewers, and it's obvious that the game also could provide a bunch of viewers or solidify people into long-term F1 fans. So I'm pretty sure Liberty Media is also closely monitoring this situation because like F1 right now, it's probably the biggest boom ever because they're shifting generations. So it's
Fun
super
fact.
important for Liberty Media as well.
Ever since Liberty Media took over F1, the online viewer base has increased by 99%.
Oof.
It's the biggest
That's
jump.
a big number.
Compared to any other sport, it's the biggest increase ever. With social media. Compared
Yeah,
to any
Okay,
other
so
sport.
we will continue this discussion when we have 10 minutes between the sessions. But right now, everyone seems to have been is in this lobby, so we are reading up. Hopefully, this time no crash. Knock on wood. I request everyone to pray for the same, and we will start off with it. You guys carry
Thank you very
on.
much.
I
and
will
hope
go
you have a good
support
quali
my team.
session.
Yep, thanks much.
So we should be heading into
In a couple of seconds, we should be heading in.
into Lagos soon. You know the story behind the name?
No, actually, I don't. I think I heard there's some sort of stuff, but no, not really.
Lagos means lakes and Inter means between, I think. So it's the
Ah,
track was built between lakes. So it's
ah,
called Interlagos.
ah. That's that. I heard of it somewhere, but I don't remember where. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
So quali started once again, as we can see.
Okay, hope nothing screws up this time. I need to fix something.
When did hydrous acid change his name from anhydrous?
Sorry?
Any idea when did or why did anhydrous acid change his name to hydrous acid?
I feel like while he was typing in, it might be a mistake. Because he has.
Maybe.
Yeah, because everyone had to change their names. Yeah, I think, yeah, it probably is a mistake. Who knows?
Or maybe not.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yep,
Oh,
finally we've got cars heading out.
and where is this? Okay, give me a second. Yep.
So we saw a green car, which is the south region.
And
SSD Assassin out on track. Aditya is out as well. The track's pretty straightforward, but around this sector, you're carrying so much speed, and you're literally swerving from one direction to the other. So you've got to be super careful on the throttle, and you've got to get your anti-roll bar settings just about right. As it looks like it's paradise, traffic paradise. SSG Assassin's rears all over the floor as he tries to get those tires into temperature, heading into the final corner to start a really long straight. Looks like everyone's out. Everyone's obviously out on the sauce, but these laps probably just going to give us sighters because, at least in this game, as we've already talked about, track evolution is major to start gaining a lot of time, and Black Sheep is the first one. Will be the first one to set a time lap, I believe, coming across turn 4 super clean. 5 and 6 all about keeping that speed up, trying to scrub away as little as possible.
Crash somewhere. Okay, the crash was clear. I don't know what that was about.
Not quite sure, but there's one more car. I think he's just trying to create a gap to the cars in front. Yep. As Black Sheep starts coming back onto the long straight, just bendy straights right now. Wants to keep clear of traffic, maybe get a tow if possible. Coming across the line, pretty decent, but I'm pretty sure he can go like probably a few tenths quicker at the least. With 20 cars, all of them putting 3 time laps because there were 3 sets of softs, it is going to be a lot about trying to manage traffic. As you can see here, Rand was stuck considerably behind someone. All that dirty are definitely not helping him. Coming across onto the sector 3. All about trying to take the shortest line possible across to the finish line. Rand goes across the line, not a very good lap. Got held up quite a bit in sector 2. So it's also interesting that in the east, in the West we have Nihar out, and I think Kimra is coming in, so he's probably not practiced this track as well, right? So
Yeah.
that's unfortunate for him because he must have been paying giving all his attention to the race he might have been driving in. But Vinay is into the wall over there. Yep, into the wall. Lost it in the SS, I believe.
Yeah, that's a pretty common place to lose it. You have to get a good line in, or else you're gonna slide all over the place if you don't have a good line.
Manish Kanchan now wrapping up sector 2. Could have been slightly quicker through there and loses his rear street. Throttle control, I think Brazil is defined by the control you have over the throttle. Ninja Zero also spinning around, one of the more experienced drivers on track right now. Oof, more of the same, says Neon. Looks like the grass is getting cut. I'm pretty sure all the gardeners should be pretty happy right now. No need to mow the grass.
Yeah, what's up with everyone losing it in the same place?
Yeah.
Some sort of oil spill or something?
Well, maybe some regions playing some mind games. Neon's really struggling with the rears. He's not got them back down into temps. Aditya on a timed hot lap right now. No more pro player, not very surprising up there, but he does have provisional pole right now with a 107.532. But I think no more Black Sheep and a few more might enter the 106s.
Yep. Why is he having a little slide over there? And
Yeah,
the section where everyone's crashing out, let's hope he doesn't.
Pretty clean through there, but definitely the car in front doing him no favors with that dirty air. But might get a nice tow out of here.
Pretty sure he's too far away for this though.
Yeah, I think
Ooh.
it looked like Aditya was losing time, but definitely does not look like that on the timing charts as he gets P2 right now with a 107.842, 3/10 of pace right now. And I think if the car in front of him wasn't there, he might have gotten at least a 10th or 2.
I mean, the difference between him and WTF Chicken, only 0.001 second off.
1,000th of a second, yeah.
1,000th of, yep.
And between WTF Chicken and Black Sheep is just 100th. 100th is basically nothing, but Hydrous Acid does go take away that P2 from Aditya, but I'm pretty sure the North gang the North region must be feeling really happy right now. There were 2 drivers in the top 3, and KG, I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing it.
Yeah, it's KG.
KG, okay, cool. So KG now starting his time lap, and let's see how he represents the North.
And by the way, I want to say something for the viewers. All the drivers here are all IRC members, so they're all from different tiers. So the pace might be completely off, but some people might be really near each other because the tier 1 drivers, tier 2 and tier 3. As you can see, KG is actually a tier 3 driver, so we can actually see where he stacks up against everyone else.
Yep. Across sector 2, I think he wants to be within 56 and lost it around the same place. Everyone seems to have been losing it. It feels like you opened up your steering and it's ready for throttle, but just got to be that little more patient and probably short shift a little more. As we saw Ninja Zero spinning out in the same place last lap round, but let's see how he gets through this time round. Clear traffic in front of him, but he might catch traffic in about 3 turns time, and that won't be too great for him. Nice and tidy over there, half throttle throughout that turn, letting your rears turn in for you as well. nice exit out of there where everyone seems to have been struggling. Can take a lot of the curb on the right, but decides against it, keeps it super clean. Should get his first time in. I'm assuming it's around 108, 5. Oof, much quicker. 107.6. Ninja Zero goes P4, and that puts two East drivers with P3, P4. Meanwhile, while we were watching Ninja Zero, Black Sheep gets the provisional pole with a 107.5. So he improves by a whole second. And again, there's only 4,000 separating P1 and P2. Neon now coming on to turn 4. It's all about carrying all that speed without running wide and invalidating your lap. Neon in a neon colored car. Is this a tribute to Braun GP?
I think it. I mean, I don't know, but the car looks really similar.
I mean, if they can get results like Braun GP, it would be pretty great.
Yeah.
But doesn't look like it right now. West struggling quite a bit. The best placed driver, Kim Rai, is 8th right now. But there's hardly anything separating. From 1st to 8th, they're all separated by 0.3 of a second. That's just one good exit. Neon comes across the line and does not take the shortest route, interestingly, and that's good only for 14th quickest. So right now, NRI's got a front row lockout as everyone should be heading into the pits and coming out for the final run. Vinay and KG yet to put in their lap times. Neon should be heading into the pits, will definitely have time for another lap. One of the advantages of shorter circuits like this, more laps, lesser time in your in-lap and out-lap. Aditya meanwhile gets provisional pole with a 107.3, so put in some bit of light between him and P2 as North now clinches provisional pole, but I'm pretty sure Black Sheep, Pro Player, Chicken, oh, that might have resulted in a grid place penalty, but the West team lives to tell their tale another day. Neon, I think that was his in-lap, and he still spun around and reset onto the track.
Yeah,
it was safe, but
I don't know why. Yeah, but there's a lot of and did he take out a braking marker there?
He was just struggling. He is not spending time trying to get his tires into temps, and he's continuing to floor the throttle, and that's doing him no favors right now. That's a nice angle. I wish I could look at a race from that angle. Meanwhile, Hydrous Acid now takes provisional pole. It looks like it's a front row lockout for the North right now. So these guys hunting in packs or what? North, NRI, East. It should be about time for the South and the West boys to show up right now, as unfortunately I think SSJ Assassins retired?
Yeah.
DNF? Yeah, it looks like there's a car parked out. I think turn 12 that is. So looks like at least one of the South boys will be starting dead last right now.
Yeah.
All four of them really low right now.
Give me a second.
Not
I need to fix
great
this
viewing.
part.
Yep, no problem.
Sorry about that. And
yep, so nothing changed since we were last away, Hydrus Acid and Aditya have P1 and P2 right now, with Black Sheep out on his hot lap and outlap and Nomo Pro cleared as well. While the others continue to stay in the pits to try and maximize the time they exit pits, but with a grid as filled up as this, it's all about trying to make enough space to the car in front, and sometimes that's what's going to get you pole. But I think Black Sheep will be the first one to tell his tale as he's back out on the track, starting his time lap, using all of that entry curve over there, neat through 1 and 2. Catches his car pretty well, coming through now on to turn 4. DRS flaps wide open. Just dabs on the brakes, takes the apex nicely. Heading on to 5 and 6. Nowhere close to running wide. Tricky braking point over here because of the camber of the track. On the throttle, nice and early, just about enough to rotate your car. Now this throttle zone is where people have been struggling, with Black Sheep nice and early on the throttle, looking super clean as of now. 3/10 quicker than his previous time, and that could put him close to pole depending on his run out onto the final straight. DRS open nice and early. Takes the shortest line across the track, and that does give him provisional pole with a 107.258. So again, only hundredths of a second separating the top two right now. But Hydrus Acid, if he's still in pits, he might not have a lot left to say about it. But Black Sheep right now does have provisional pole. Let's see if Aditya, Sid Kulkarni, Nomo Pro player, or WTF Chicken can say anything about that. Don't want to be stacking up right now because that'll just ruin all of your laps right now. Interestingly, Aditya starts super close to the car in front of him. Not the best of ideas, could have created more room, but then again, the final run to the start-finish straight is so long that you've got to start thinking about making space all the way in sector 2, because after that you only got one slow corner to try and create a gap to the car in front. Hydrus Acid started his outlap pretty late, and with so many cars on their hot lap, it'll be interesting to see if he can get across the line in time. Rant right now on a timed hot lap, 1/10 quicker in sector 1. Depends on how quick your sector 1 was last time round, so no comments on that. But coming through sector 2, this is where you gain or lose quality in my opinion. Super tricky, need to get on the throttle just about enough. Absolutely harassing that right side pedal, now about the one zone everyone seems to have been struggling with. I think Black Sheep seem to have gotten a much better exit out of there, but ran 8/10 quicker than his previous time, so made up a lot of time, or rather lost a lot of time in sector 2 last time around. Now coming across the final start finish straight, should get into the 107s, but it's a late 107, only good for P9 right now. Not the best of news for the East right now, but then again they've got two drivers who are already further ahead. I think Aditya and Sid Kulkarni are happy with their times. Yep, they're not going to be putting in another time lap. So if it's still super close between WTF Chicken, Nomo Pro Player and Ninja Zero. I'm pretty sure they have a few tenths left in their bank. Vinay settles for P13 right now, and the likes of Joker Neon also retiring in the pits. So KG goes up to P12 and retires. Meanwhile, Kimrai with a brilliant lap comes across P4 right now. Let's see if someone can do better than that. Can we go on board, say Nomo Pro Player? Yep, Nomo Pro Player now coming across that line. The car parked over there wouldn't have done him any favors. Only can not improve on his time from his previous lap that puts him down to P7. I'm pretty sure he knew he had more time in him, and that might have. Oof. Really good reflexes over there. That definitely cost him some time. And that's only P6. That might be a report for the stewards to look into. But brilliant reflexes. Almost like, I think it was Gasly and Hartley in Baku 2016, where Gasly had to do pretty much the same thing because Hartley had a problem with his car and he slowed down on the racing line. But brilliant reflexes over there to prevent that collision. But I think that's your grid right now. Black Sheep does cling on to his pole. Brilliant drive by him. 300 separating P1 and P2. And then we have Aditya coming across P3, Kimrai P4. So NRA North, Northwest, NRA. So NRA, the NRA region and the North region should be super happy. But then again, P7, P8, P9 are from the East region. So in the coming up race, they will be hunting in a pack together. So as we move on to Italy next, it's going to be super interesting to see what kind of drivers we have on the grid and what are the strategies these teams are applying. As we saw that NRA went flat out because they got a bunch of their quicker drivers to do this session. But then again, they still have a lot of quick drivers headed by WTF Chicken. In their team, they have Sid Kulkarni, couple WTF and Chicken again, Black Sheep, Scary Pumpkin, Alpha Bot, Nedma, Marinello Baby, Tanya, and Parikshit. So a pretty good stable over there, but going through quickly, Black Sheep, Hydrous Acid, Aditya, Kimrai, Sid Kulkarni, WTF Chicken, No More, Ninja Zero, Ran, Parikshit, KG, Dawn, Vinay, Joker, Akash Hegde, Charitra, 8 Cylinder, Neon, SSJ Assassin, Manish Kanchan wrapping up. So not the best of showing for, I think, the West and the South teams, South regions right now. But it'll be interesting to see what kind of drivers they have lined up for the next race. Then again, it's a wet race. Turn 1, Monza. It's going to be a lot of fun, don't you think so, Trip?
Yeah, I'm gonna expect some good battles into turn 1. Hope everyone can keep it clean, but yeah, let's see what's gonna happen.
A lot of please no Pantarino.
Yep, so that was an exciting event. A lot of blocking going on though. But
Yeah.
nevertheless, we will have a short 10 minutes gap between, the sessions. So we have to fill it off. But right now, we are we are waiting for, the stewards. We are having a live stewarding session as well going on. So all the regions are reporting their discrepancies with the with the stewards, and we will be doing the live stewarding as well. So we have around 10 minutes break. Meanwhile, I am getting the next grid as well, and I will soon deliver the next grid, who will be starting where to you guys soon. So
But
you
I'll
guys
be right back in 2 minutes, so yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's only left with Restinish and me. But yeah, what all did you see from your POV, Rusty, for the last bit?
Like we know that it's 20 cars, everyone using the same strategy. Usually you've got a bunch of them choosing to go on the mediums and just doing one run. But again, Brazil is tricky with respect to creating space for the driver in front, because Sector 3 is pretty much, you cannot create a gap because after the one turn, it's just a long straight. And if you pull away in that, you're just going to be so much slower in the first sector. So we
Yeah,
saw
that
a
is.
lot. I think even you had a car to your inside, like just out of the pit entry, and that just made things much worse for WTF Chicken, who had to swerve all the way right to prevent contact.
It wasn't me. Like, I was involved in 3 incidents in which I was the victim, but
Oh.
apart from that, I did not block anyone. So
No, you did not
uh,
block. It looked like you almost got blocked by a lime green white car. Which
yes,
is
I
start
got
from the west.
blocked 3 times. Actually, I will just be back. I hope Electric comes back soon. We will have some moment of silence. I will be back in 2 minutes. I have to report my incidents to the
You
stewards.
please do.
Yep.
Yep. So fun-filled quali Brazil. I'm pretty sure while everyone was practicing, they might not have thought so much about how tricky it is to create a gap. We've seen a lot of drama in Brazil, right from Sebastian Vettel being super pissed because he was asked to come into the weigh room to get his car weighed, and you got certain rules like you got to switch off your engine and things like that, which Sebastian didn't do because he wanted a quick getaway because it was super important for him to get another lap in. And I think because instead of getting pushed off the weighing bridge, he accelerated out that broke the weighing bridge. I'm not quite sure which year, but I think it was for Ferrari. Probably 2016, 17. If anyone in the chat knows which year, please do let me know. So yeah, Brazil's super tricky. Sector 2 is you're literally changing lines from one side of the track to another. So again, it becomes really hard to give way as well. And at the same time, you don't want to go to the grass because even though the damage is reduced, the tires are surface and carcass. So once you start accelerating on the grass because of the wheel spin, it heats up your rears so much that you got to spend a quite bit of time trying to cool them down, during the process of which you lose temperatures in your front. I'm pretty sure you would have heard Lewis Hamilton complaining a lot about tire temperatures, let it be during quali, formation lap, or the safety car. But that is super important. If you have your tires in temperature, it allows you to gain quite a bit of time. It allows you to take in a lot more speed through corners, especially over here, turns 1, 2, 3, the Senna S's. It's all about the speed and the grip you can manage without scrubbing speed off and getting that line nailed just about right. But
Gotcha.
going back to our previous conversation with Electric, Monza turn one is probably the trickiest turn one in all of the calendar, probably right up there. I mean, definitely the trickiest in my opinion. Baku is probably a close second, but yeah, it's a hard braking zone, a really hard braking zone, all the more in the wets because every driver has a slightly different style of braking. Everyone has different wings. Some people might have chosen to brake earlier, but that could just jeopardize the race of everyone behind. So it's going to be super tricky, and especially the fact that it's a chicane, turns 1 and 2. So you might be side to side, and in the wets, it becomes super tricky. Also, going ahead with the track, Monza being one of those old school tracks, you have a lot of gravel. So if someone's pushing you off the track, it is instant win.
Yes, so yeah, we are having a couple of changes in the next grid because one of the person decided his PC won't respond. But yeah, my live stewarding is done for now. We'll wait on other people to submit their stewards.
What kind
Stewards
of,
are,
I
yeah.
mean, like in the race, we can expect what kind of penalties, but in quali, what kind of penalties do you think we'll be having? Like the
So
game just gives out a 5 place grid penalty, which is
yes.
silly. But
So
what are our stewards doing?
here our stewards are mostly dishing out penalties based on the number, so it will be like if the incident was very severe, then only they will give a grid penalty of 1 or 2. If it wasn't severe, then he will just then they will just give a small penalty like maybe 2 or 3 points deduction from the whole championship. So that's the current thing that our stewards are trying to follow.
Case all of you are wondering, small 2 or 3 point penalty doesn't sound small in say the real F1 standings, but like we talked about before, over here we have 50 points for P1 and progressing down all the way 1 to P20 unless you DNF. So 1 or 3 points is just about you finishing P20 or P17. So not really super big. But then again, we might have missed out on a lot of incidents. So it'll be interesting to see how many drivers are getting punished and to see if anyone suffers with grid penalties. So 50 for P1, I'm not sure if it's 42 or 40 for P2. 36, 32, 29, 26, 23, 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And some silence.
Did the
Are you
bike
back,
finish?
Alex?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm here.
Ready? Yeah. Yeah, Dipanshu left.
Ah,
In
okay.
case you guys are wondering who Dipanshu is no more pro player
But
who
yeah.
has been doing incredible work trying to get this event together. To all 39 of you watching, stay along for the 10-minute break. Do type in things in the chat we can respond to because, as you can see, we are slightly struggling to fill into this gap. But if there's something you guys would like to hear, Electric or my hot take on, do let us know in the chat.
One of the comments. Regional Cup is also going to be what? Going Cup
Going
also
to be
going to be suspended.
suspended due to COVID.
Uh,
Yeah, unlike say the BCCI, I think we are pretty well equipped with dealing with the disease, and hence we're doing it
yes, unlike
online.
most
With-
sports, you can lock yourself in a room and still play F1. So we're good in
Yeah.
that part.
So Electric's got a bunch of fans. Yeah, Piyush. So we will come up with predictions, but we're still waiting for the team captains to let us know the drivers they're lining up because it's hard to make predictions if you don't know the drivers, who the drivers are. Oh, Electric's got fanboys in the chat.
I
Okay,
mean,
so Electric, there's one. Okay, someone asked about the Senna quote, right? I mean, it happened. I think when he crashed in Brazil, gee, not Brazil, Japan. But he said when you no longer go for a gap, you are no longer a racing driver. Your thoughts on that statement by Senna?
I mean, I agree as long as you don't crash. I agree. He
So,
what he go for the gap, but if you crash, that's on you.
so my thoughts on that is if you no longer go for a gap that exists, that no longer makes you a Chennai auto driver. Those are my thoughts on that. I just think it's silly. Just because there's a gap does not mean you can enter because you need to think about the type of corner that it is as well. Because if you're there's always going to be a gap on the inside, but if it's a pretty tight corner and if you're super tight to the inside, you're only going to crash, let it be on the entry or the exit.
Yeah, that's why
So
my take on it is very simple. You should always go for a gap if you know you're not gonna crash. So
so what yeah.
if you're confident that you're not gonna crash, then go for it. Even if it's a tight gap, if you know what you're doing, go for it. Simple as that. Then you know what I mean. But yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, are they done with everything? I have to check.
What are your thoughts on currently, like, say in Barcelona, like before the race week itself, teams came out. I think it was Mercedes. Maybe not directly, but they were talking about how you need to be 1.8 seconds quicker than the car in front to get the overtake done, which I think is a fair representation. What are your thoughts on things like that?
Sorry. So I was just checking the lobby, so I wasn't paying attention to you. I'm sorry about what you said.
No, bro. I was just talking about some of the teams talking about you needed to be 1.8 seconds quicker than the car in front to get an overtake done in Barcelona.
I
So
mean, yeah,
yeah,
for Formula One, they have a lot of dirty air and stuff, so overtaking is really hard. So to an extent that makes sense, but I feel like 1.8 seconds is a bit of a stretch.
no, I agree with that though. I think 1.8 seconds is where it was because
Yeah.
that's including the time you gain due to DRS as well. So
Yeah,
two
true.
DRS zones that
True.
itself probably gained about four
Yeah.
tenths.
But I'm just
So
hoping
then you
the
need to be yeah you'll be losing a bunch of time in
yeah.
due to the dirty air as
Yeah.
well.
I'm just hoping they fix this. The upcoming cars. Yeah. Yes, the new cars is going to be a bit slower, but I hope they fix all the racing issues and people can actually race each other hard and fairly. Actually, one
Yep.
more, yeah, actually about that. Do you think F1 is going in the right direction, making cars slower but improving racing? Do you think that's a
Yep.
good idea, or because
100%.
but because my take on that is a bit more controversial. I feel like yes, to an extent they should improve racing, but F1 isn't like other motorsports. Like F1 is mainly about it's about yes, it's about racing, but it's also about car development. It's about making the best of the
I
best
know,
race
I,
cars
I
ever.
agree with you, but see, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
if you, at the end of the day, you can, like, there are cars which go at 1,000 kilometers per hour, but that just does not make sense,
I mean,
right?
those
So,
are, no car actually goes down. I'm pretty sure that's powered by jet
okay, not
engine.
yeah, exactly. It's powered by a jet engine, but
Yeah,
then
because
again, you've got a lot of other classes like LMP1 and now the hypercar class and things like that.
yeah,
But I think the beauty of Formula One has not always been the fact that they're the fastest cars. But for me, the beauty of Formula One engineering is the fact that even in the stringent regulations, teams always find a way to go quicker and go around the
I
regulations,
wouldn't
right? Like
define
let
the
it be
yeah, yeah.
McLaren this year, let it be Merc with DAS. But I do think,
I mean,
especially for
yeah,
Liberty Media, it's important because including the teams, the more viewers they get, the more income they get, right?
true,
So
true.
this is the
But
only way everyone, including the sport, wins. I agree with you. It's not because when you think about Formula One, you think it's the pinnacle,
yeah,
but
and yeah, I feel
you
like
do need to hold it down so that at the end of the day, it's a racing series. It's
yeah,
not a spec car series or thing like that.
yeah, but I was supposed to say something. Oh yeah, yeah, but define the word fast because when if you just ask any person the word fast, they say, "Oh, going, hitting the top speed." But no, that's not actually true
Yeah,
because if you think about it, IndyCar is faster than F1, but they go in
not
ovals.
yeah, when you go in an oval.
Yes,
But that again, but then again, I'm not sure if IndyCar is quicker than a Formula One car in the oval because if
it
I
is.
think driver
Because yeah,
61,
top
he just
speed. Yeah, top
yeah,
speed by top speed. If you're just going to measure top speed, IndyCar is around 20 kph faster than F1, but that's in an oval. But if you put them on a street circuit, an F1 car will be 10 seconds quicker than IndyCar, no question about it.
yeah. So to give more context into that, I think driver 61, one of the YouTube channels, just released a video on the
Yeah,
exact same thing,
that's where I got
right?
that
So
information from, don't worry.
okay, yeah, yeah. So I think he got it bang on where he says if you give these car teams some time to figure out an Indy spec car where they have new front wing, rear wing, and they're able to play around with their
Mm.
cambers, the F1 car because of its power advantage itself, and also I think the F1 car, even though it's much larger than the Indy car, because of the parts they use, they are. I'm not actually sure about the weight ratio right now, but if you give the teams some time to figure it all out with new wings, they might be quicker than the IndyCars.
Yeah,
The only thing going for the IndyCar is the IndyCars have the ground effect, which has been banned from Formula One.
I mean, yeah, currently banned, but they're coming back next year. So
Yeah. So meanwhile, I think one of the nicer, I mean, all the questions and all of your quotes are much appreciated, but something which really caught my eye is, do you think there will be any intense team battles?
uh,
So,
yeah, not in
yeah,
NRI. Are we talking about real life or?
no, no, in the regional cup.
Oh yeah, I think North and NRA are gonna be close. I just have a
Yeah,
feeling.
I think so too.
So
Right now, it looks like
I
that.
I have requested one of the the stewards to come and give their final verdicts on who all have received a penalty, but right now it seems like NRI is one of the position P4 is gonna get a penalty of four grid penalties or something similar to that because of two incidents with me with the same person. So yeah.
That is not good.
Meanwhile, Supreme Leader Aladdin just made a really good point about how a Formula One car can't last for 3 hours on full RPM, especially on an oval where there isn't a lot of braking. They're going to run out of ERS or their battery system pretty quickly as well. So that's 120 horsepower down the drain. And then the Indy cars are probably going to be back up there.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the it's a machine built for a different purpose. So
Yeah, absolutely true.
Okay,
okay.
our grid is about to get set up. We will soon have the point systems as well. We are just waiting for the, admin for the coordinators. Sorry, for the stewards because they are taking a bit of time. But that's okay unless and until all the decisions are fair and square. But yeah, right now we will soon go through the grid of what we are gonna see for the Italy. maybe within like 5 minutes we will see that. But yeah, you guys were talking about LMP cars and all. So, what is your favorite sport to watch?
Sport as in a motorsport or
Yes,
any sport?
motorsport. So,
Yeah, thank
motorsport
you.
will be like either Lemo or
Yep,
do you
that's
like
perfect.
endurance? Do you like
Uh,
short races? What kind of format?
for me, I just think because of the pure racing that we saw last year, F2 was absolutely brilliant.
100% agreed on that as well. I was going to say F2. Racing wise, F2 hands down one of the most closest battles we had in a long time.
Again, it's so different. They are all motorsports, but how can you compare something like rallying to say Formula One?
Yeah, true.
But for me, like right now, if I had to pick one race category to watch, it would be the F2.
Yes,
Spec
agreed.
cars. And talking of F2, because now that Grosjean's there and I've been following him, IndyCar also actually seems to be a lot of fun. I actually just watched the race highlights from the last race, and again, like it's pretty much the same thing as F2, right? Because they're all equal Dallara spec cars
Yeah.
with only two different engine options. So racing over there is also super close. The driver input matters a lot more in those categories.
Speaking about U.S. motorsport, have you seen the new NASCARs? The updated cars for NASCAR.
Nope,
Oh,
I have zero knowledge on NASCAR.
even I don't. But apparently, after like almost the last update was in 2008, 2007. They finally updated the car to modern generations, and they finally have paddle shifters now. Apparently, before they
Oh,
didn't have paddle shifters. It was all hitch paddle.
interesting. That should make the drivers a lot happy.
Yeah, yeah. But in NASCAR it doesn't really matter. You stay in one gear most of the time while in an oval. Yeah, but yeah, it is what it is. So 8 seconds to go, and we'll get the race
A
underway.
lot of super quick names. Right off the top, Myth is up there, and we've seen what kind of pace he has. We got Wilster G, Baba G, and the likes. And talking about names, but let's go through the grids. 4, 5 lights, and away we go. So Couple is on pole thanks to his teammate Black Sheep, so that should be good. Tries to cut off O2, but O2 gets a really good exit out there. Absolutely no wheel spin. Gets the move done. We did see some Panterino and Vinala in the background. I think Mitch gotten himself a 5-play grid penalty, which is terrible for him. But up front, NO2, O2 with a brilliant start. Joker right now
Yeah, for
representing
sure, a very
East.
so the session is set to be from moderate wet to very wet. So we have to just
It's
wait and
interesting.
see
Can we quickly
what.
go on to tires, please? Because I see that some drivers are on inters and some on wets, which is pretty, I think, for a lack of better words, ballsy.
Yes.
We
So
saw a lot of wings flapping around. So it's only one driver on the wets, which is Roker, and I think he regrets it instantly right now. But unfortunately, we've got the likes of Real SD back down in the bottom with a 5-place grid penalty. Some more wings flying around, as you could see over there. But up front, NO2, O2, is he trying to make a play on nitrous oxide, or does he just want to be oxygen? Oh, that's just oxygen. I just realized. Jeez. Anyways, we got Oxygen, who's representing nitrous oxide today and uses all that knocked power to get into the lead. Drag race to turn 1, and he clearly won that drag race, beating out Couple into the lead. Now it's all about trying to keep a clean race, not breaking too late. We've got a bunch of entries into the pits, including the likes of Real SD, which is definitely a bummer for him, but I'm pretty sure he's got the pace to try and get into the major points. Babaji and Myth P7 and P8, that battle could heat up in a moment or two.
yep. So just a small, quick, update. Electrum. Yes, I was again about to say something else, but yeah, just ignore the last grid that I sent. I did not realize that we are already underway, but I will send you the updated grid for the next one so that we
Okay.
can display it on the stream. And we also have the points table. So whenever you get time, you can add a browser source and you can go to the link which I'm sending you, where we can show people what is the points looking like after 2 races or something.
All good, all good.
Yeah, we'll set it up after this race. We'll go again to this race. Real SD, after deciding to pit after his unfortunate incident, has decided to go on the full wets to the end of the race.
I think he's
because
just throwing it, trying to get some luck.
yes, so as I said, the session has been set to go from light rain to heavy rain, but now itself the track looks really wet for some reason. But yeah, so that's what we have set the session settings to.
I think it's probably my graphics. I have to turn up all the way.
Yeah, probably if you go on the broadcast camera, we can see that it's raining less because we are getting the spray from the front car. But ahead,
Flex by electric over there.
casually Rambo locking up all four of his wheel going into the first corner because of this treacherous
If we
conditions.
go on board Wilster, please, he's like right at the diffuser of couple.
Which position is he?
P3.
Third,
Third.
P3.
All good.
Yes. So just going through the grid, it seems like West have chosen Wilster G, PXTX. I'm not sure his. yeah, Patnaik. Baba G and Crazy Joe. The captain himself is representing his team. Not the best of the. One thing I have noticed, even East captain is running P18. So both the captains not having the, the strong charge that they should be leading their team. But in the East, we have the Real SD, Thermophobe running last, Rooker running P15, and then Warhammer running P8. So it's mostly like my region is not at all doing really good. We were unfortunate in the first, event, as I got blocked 2 times on my hot lap, and the third one which I was doing, I was gonna get pole, but I ran out of fuel like another 10 meters before the line, so I just could not improve. But East is not having the luck today. Maybe they need to do some Kali Puja and Durga Puja.
Cut you off, but Faizan thought about sending it down the inside of Parabola, but decided against it in the very last moment. And
Yes,
that enabled both the cars to stay on grid.
So the update on Faizan is that he has got a wheel recently, so we are seeing very much improvement in his racecraft in the near, from the past few days. We have a yellow flag in sector 1 itself. I think someone spun out way back. I'm not sure who it was, but going on to Faizan, South team is having Berlin, Faizan, Rambo, and Myth, who is running P6.
Rooker who spun out.
Might be. I think it's not time for the vets, but East boys are running vets. Like literally 3 of them are running vets right now out of the 4 drivers, and they are pretty much
damage on.
yes. So we have reduced damage, and the session is gonna go from medium, like light rain, to heavy. So they have to pit for wets, whereas the people who are right now on wets don't need to pit again. They can complete the full race on this. Or if the people ahead are feeling ballsy, they can do the full race.
Pit, right?
No, in the wets that is not applicable. It's only applicable in the dries. In wets it's not.
I think the people who have pitted have damage because the massive shunt into turn 1. Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think they decided that it's better to go for wets now itself than go for softs. Inters, but yeah. NRI team got a 4-place grid penalty, if I'm not wrong, so which demoted one of their drivers down, and he was involved in a couple of incidents which demoted him further down. But yeah, I'm pretty sure looking up their lineup, we can expect Myth and then as well as Kapil, who can come up the field. So you guys carry on with the battle. I will till then get some management done.
They're right hot on the diffuser of Berlin, but as you know, wet's really hard to get an overtake done. It's all about the car and making a mistake. As we see, one of the cars lost it on the Ascari chicane. I think that could be Actually, not really sure it's his weakest. The
Well,
white cars, I'm assuming it's either the west or the east.
yes, it is either the west or the east. So there was a slight bit of problem in terms of constructor. Like both of us went with different colors, but we went with the same base livery, and
So you guys
majority of
decided that east or west white is the best.
you can say like that. Yes, definitely.
Does that qualify as a dad joke? I hope not.
I think it qualifies as a good enough joke, you know. But yeah, we can already see that the rain is intensifying, or is it just me?
I
Or
think it's
again,
just the on-board camera.
maybe.
As long as you can see a dry line, I think it's time for enters.
No,
The moment
but
the dry line,
we can see Myth who has decided to go in the pits for wets. So if a person like Myth is judging that it's wet, either he has judged it really wrong or he has made the best, call for the strategy there.
But on the other side, I also saw him getting held up by Patnaik for a really long time. So maybe in another lap it's better for the wets, but he just decided to try the undercut. So we should be knowing soon. So he's pit and he's come out P14. He's got 3 seconds of clear air in front of him, and he's already catching up pretty quickly to Rocket.
Yes.
But upfront, Oxygen does not seem to have any problems pulling away from Couple, who is now Wilster slowly reeling in Couple. The gap was within 5 tenths, but then it's been close to a second since then. Black Sheep, interestingly struggling. I wouldn't be surprised if he got caught up in the incident up in the front of the race. But interestingly, Black Sheep did both the quali and the race, but he did not start in the position he qualied because he had pole, but as we saw over here, it was Couple who started pole. So a lot of interesting team dynamics going on there as well.
And one more point is that the team captains cannot put one driver in more than 2 races. So Black Sheep, since he has already participated in the quali as well as in this race, so he is done for the event today. So now it's all up to the other drivers in NRI team to carry the team forward. Couple has one left. I think even What the Fuck Chicken has one left, and Scary Pumpkin now. I think he is done with his 2. I think he was there in quali as well, if I'm not wrong. But yeah. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's one more rule, and one more, the big power bank that NRI is packing, which we have not seen yet, and which is soon gonna explode in the next 2 events, is Mara and Tanish. They both are in NRI region, and to nerf them, I decided that they have a restriction that Mara and Tanish can race only in one event, and they both have to participate together in that event. So it will be exciting to see in which race does Chicken pulls out the card, the wild card there where he gets P1, P2 in the race. But yeah, we will soon see that when he pulls out that card.
What strategies? So we did see Myth go into the pits early, much earlier than say Wilster and Patnaik, but that's clearly backfired unless he's pit again, because it says he's again on a brand new set of softs.
I can clearly see that the wet tire people are now closing the gap slowly.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep. Yes.
So very interesting to see when Oxygen pulls the trigger and starts the.
It's very much possible that he does not pull it at all because they can somehow keep the position on the track and try nursing their car to the finish line. So we have to see what happens.
Also true, but on the downside for Oxygen, he does have a 3-second time penalty, I believe. So Couple is now trailing Provisional race win by a second and then some more. As now we see Wilster trying to get a move done on Warhammer on the inside of Lesmo. 1 gets it done brilliantly, super good on the brakes, and that gets him up to P6. On those wets, making use of all the extra grip provided by them. Further down, I think Patnaik is soon going to make a move on Faizan as they come across the back straight. Ooh, there's contact between Abhi and Warhammer, was that?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
So
Warhammer.
Attack couldn't get a move done on the inside, but Faizan getting held back by Abhi's car up front. By right gets a 5-second time penalty for corner cutting as we see Faizan on the inside makes easy work of Abhi, or did he? Yep, gets the move done, and Patnaik now possibly a three-way drag race to the break zone. But Abhi's got the move back on Faizan, but Faizan will have the inside line as they go into turn 1, and they touch, and that's just allowed Patnaik to get through.
But I would have to say that the racing is going really clean. Like, considering that we should not forget that there are all tier drivers here. We have tier 1, we have tier 2, we have tier 3, and even our tier 3 boys are able to keep the car on track and drive like, our tier 2 boys. We can see an example right here, Patnaik, who is one of our tier 1 drivers, battling it out with our tier 2 driver Abhi. So we can see that this also helps us in judging the drivers for the next season as well, like who can keep it up. Even I am not sure who is Sebastianus Prime, but we are having another battle between Scary Pumpkin and Rambo. Rambo on the inside with the wet tires, having the superior grip and just overtaking Scary Pumpkin on the inside.
Super interesting is we've seen
What
so
was
many
so
moves
funny,
on
sir?
Lesmo 1.
I'm sorry, but Keen thinks it's, I have to say, it's Minatimus Prime.
Okay, what did I butcher his name to? I have not even.
Sebastian.
My bad, yes, that was completely my bad, but we can definitely.
Sebastian, Sebastian,
Yes, no more actually.
Sebastian fans.
No, Mazipan takes the title of Minatimus now.
Yes, actually, dude. We are just hoping for the next race to see what happens. Mazespin. But yeah, there is one more move going on ahead. I think someone decided to go into the pits. And
They did not have contact
I'm
because that
sorry,
was so
volumes
close.
were really weird. I have to fix them. My bad.
yeah, just reduce my volume on Discord. I think I am too loud for
Yes, I did that.
the audience.
You're actually a bit too quiet, by the way. You need to speak up.
I think you can increase his volume
I
on
did.
Discord.
Yeah, I did.
just
That's
You know, I was just talking about how we've seen so many moves into Lesnar 1. Do you think turn 1 or the exit after Ascari might be a good place to get a move done? But surprisingly, we've seen multiple moves into Lesnar 1.
Ooh, something happened.
So mostly that is because of, okay, we are seeing another move done by Myth, who is overtaking Faizan on the wet tires without DRS, with DRS. That's it.
Can we have the penalties? I just want to check if Oxygen has 3 seconds or more.
Eccentric, you can press D on your keyboard. That will
Yep.
cycle.
So present 3 seconds for
Yes.
Oxygen, so that puts him comfortably. Doesn't look like he's going to pit. Doesn't have to either because everyone behind him in threat are on inters as well. So Wilster's the furthest running wet tire driver. Interesting to see what kind of times he's putting. He is catching up to Babaji in front of him, but right now North holding the race win right now, followed by a double podium for the NRI boys, and then we've got West with P4, P5.
And that is why I said that NRI seems to be really OP, but we still have 2 more races to go. Anything can happen. Yes.
I'm a myth
Into
doing a
the
Sergio
breaking zone
Perez.
of Astari. So Patnaik is on the wets as well, so I think it'll be difficult for Mitch to get the next move, but Patnaik is lining up Adi Warhammer as they head into Ascari. I mean, Ascari is hard as it is in the dries.
That's where these drivers have to keep their car on track and not slide around. But yeah, Ascari is definitely difficult in the wets as such.
Yep, so Myth with a brilliant exit will have the inside line heading into the Parabolica. Holds on to the inside and
That is mid, by the way. That's
Yeah,
Patnaik
that's
and
Patnaik.
Adi.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, and Wilsapits. Okay.
Meanwhile, Wilster Pitts, that's interesting. Unless he
Are,
picked
are
up
there?
Well,
some
yes.
damage. Yeah, he
Yeah.
just picked up damage. That's definitely a bunch of points lost by Wilster over there. Will be kicking himself, but Warhammer runs all out of shape. Slightly compromises Myth's exit, but Myth gets the move done nevertheless. Meanwhile, Patak is hot on the tail of
Spinatomus.
Binatus, Binatus Prime.
It's a
We are all
joke from a
butchering his
video.
name.
It's a
But
joke
Patnaik
from an
does get the
Alpha
move
video, so
done.
yeah.
Yeah. But like with some great overtaking, we just saw him make up 3 places super quick on those wets. So some brilliant driving by him, and I think Myth should also be trying to get that move done on, let's just say, the driver in P6. But Real SD right now, who is P19 trying to get a move done, but unfortunately Scary Pumpkin in front of him has a really bad exit, so bad that it also compromised SD's exit. But on the inside of the Lesmo, can he continue carrying speed into Lesmo 2? Decides against a late break, but that little nudge on the backside of Scary Pumpkin sends him into a spin, and I think Scary Pumpkin's gonna lose a bunch of wind as well. So just about trying to finish the race and get those few points you can.
Yep. So we are down how many laps? So just 2-3
We
laps
got the
left?
final lap. No, we
Final
missed
lap.
the final lap.
Yes. So this is the final lap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oxygen
So
with a brilliant drive so far, no mistakes whatsoever. Pilatus Prime did seem to get the move done into turn 1, but I think he did brake a little too late and hence had to cut the turn 1 chicane, which in turn gave him a 5-second time penalty and missed the place back.
So, did you see that the Real SD has moved up to P12 in this race after not having the best of the thing? West Captain fighting with the Rooker and above gets really out of shape on the exit of the first corner, and Rooker, just being that patient tier 3 champion he is right now, just gets the move done easily. I
Meanwhile,
can
Oxygen does clinch the race victory. Brilliant drive from him. Used a bit of that Nox wordplay he's got going on. Won the drag race to turn 1. And since then, he just looked flawless apart from the 3-second time penalty. Kept pulling away from Couple, who had no answer. And in return, Black Sheep as well. A whole 17 seconds behind Couple in P3. So, but that is a double podium for the NRI boys, and that's almost 70 plus points. Patnaik with Tokyo Drift onto the finish line. Some more entertainment for the fans, and Mitch with a brilliant comeback drive as well gets up to P6 after the unfortunate turn 1 incident.
Yes, we can clearly see that the Inters are losing their grip when they are going through the corner because of the heavy rain that we are currently in, and that has enabled again Crazy Joe to take back the position. But this was on the same set of tires, but just seeing people drive, we could clearly see the intermediate struggling in the last 1 or 2 laps, but still Crazy Joe keeps it clean, crosses the line. But because of the penalties, falls behind Rooker. Berlin crosses P16. We are left only for the 2 NRI boys in P17 and P18 with Alpha Bot and Scary Pumpkin crossing the line and closing the session. This is our second event at Italy at Monza. It is known for being the Temple of Speed, but we just nerved it down a bit by making it wets.
Here's the Temple of Spin.
Yes. But yeah, surprisingly, we did not see any retirement in the race, even though we know that it is set to reduce damage. But with the amount of speed that you are carrying into a Scurry, you can easily lose a wing or 2 or even a wheel there. So, yep, there's Oxygen, a brilliant drive from him, coming P1 in this race, followed by Kapil in P2 and P3 by Black Sheep. The NRI boys really getting the positions right there and their points as well. We will soon have a look at the points as well. Meanwhile, the captains will have a difficult time right now deciding whom to put in which position. Again, as a reminder, so the position in which they finished in this race will be the same position in which their next people have to start in. So P2 and P3 has to be done by one of the NRI people, and similarly in that manner. So NRI will have to populate their drivers in P2, P3, and P17 and P18 positions. So again, if they are bringing out Mara and Tanish, then they will probably might think of putting them in P17, P18, because in that way they can come up to the top. But I can confirm it's not Mara and Tanish. So that's our grid for today. For Monza, we are halfway into the regional cup. Right now we will just show you what the points look like after the first race, because we missed to do that. So we will just go offline for maybe a minute, and we will be back with the points table after the first event, and then we will soon show after the second event as well. So Electrip, can you just stop the stream for maybe 1 minute, and we will be back with this. Yes, Kapil, I will send everything to. Okay, so we Okay. Okay, so we are back. We have the race results from the first race. So we can see NRI is topping the charts with 122 points, followed by North in 97 and East 73, West with 44 and South with 22. So this is just the standings after the first race itself. We will soon be having the updated standings for the second race as well. But till then, why not we go through who all will be racing for the for the third event, that is the France race. Electric, you can change the source for the still one if I'm for quali one, and you can put for quali one, and you can put the grid that I sent you just now on Discord. Yep, and we will go through the grid as well, who we will see on the track for the coming race, while our the drivers, while the captains are deciding whom to start off where. So, yep. So again, coming to the fact that France is gonna be a semi-wet race, so it will start off on the dries and it will transition to wet. So there is a weather change in the middle, which will spice up things definitely, but we will have to wait and see how much it spices it up for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 captains have already sent in their thing right now, just waiting on for the grid reveal. Meanwhile, our stewards are really busy trying to go through all the incidents that were reported in the last race, and we might have a small conclusion from the stewards as well on the what all penalties are being handed off for the last race. But here's our France grid. From east we have a representation from Ninja Zero, Turbo, Warhammer and I Am Fen. From west we have Akash, Babaji, Wilster G, RB Ferrello. North is being represented by Moto, Baby Sunoda, Helium, as well as Aditya Kalra, also known as anhydrous acid. South is being represented by Eccentric, Harshit, Harry Rocks, also known as Harry Rocks, Kubaravi, and DJ. NRI is being represented by Chicken, Sid Kulkarni, Kapil, and Nirma. So, again, a strong field. What do you think, Rusty, about this field? I think Rusty is not here. Oh, yeah, he's back.
It's grabbing a bunch of food. But
Yeah.
as much as I would like to continue feasting on the race, my stomach also wanted something to feast on, and hence I was just eating something. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to look past the NRI team, but we got, I think the West also continues looking really strong. Babaji, Wilster G, RB Ferrello, Akal, all four of them very capable drivers. So it's going to be super close, and we all know the pace of Eccentric. I think leading tier one right now, and we got South's captain himself, Harry Rocks, driving. So again, like super, it's really hard because there's so many different levels of drivers, and also depending on where they start the next race. So right now, I'm pretty sure the captains are trying to do all the math in their head to try and figure out who's best starting off where.
Yes. So, I am just talking to
Captains.
the captains right now. So there seems to be some issue with the captains themselves. So a couple of people are not responding. So DJ was supposed to represent South, but he is not available in the no one is able to get in touch with him. So DJ will be replaced by someone else, and apart from that as well, Akash is being replaced by someone else. I'm not sure whom, but let me just compare the West grid. So Akash, Babaji, Wilster G, RB Ferrello. So now it is instead of Akash, it is Babaji, Wilster, RB, PXTX. So Patnayak is taking Akash's position, because again Akash is not available. It works. So Akash is not available for the race because his PC has died. But yeah, um, so that's a couple of changes. We'll soon get to know who will be replacing DJ. Right now, the grid is being set up and also the standings are being
You mean
updated.
DK?
Yes, DK. So DK will be replaced by someone else. Currently, they proposed Myth, but I
Oh.
rejected that claim based on the openness of Myth. So we'll soon see who we will get replacement of. Meanwhile, I will just be back in 1 minute. I will just ask the one of the stewards to come and explain us the situation after the second race as well, so that we have some news for our audience as well.
Might have been nice to see Myth racing because then you would have seen the Tier 1 race winner and the Tier 2 race winner try and you could have tried to see the clear gap between them because we all know that France Tier 1 was won by Myth with a brilliant drive and Tier 2 by RB Ferrero who kept it super clean. The points table yet to be updated. The points were as per race for quali as well. That's why you see Black Sheep, and I think he'll continue leading the charge over there because that's 51 points plus another 36. So that puts him at 87 points at the end of two races. So that will be really good for NRI boys because they know that Mara has one race left as well, which is the next race, Bahrain, right? Bahrain, incidentally, probably not Mara's best track, but we all know who Maranello Baby is and what he can do. Meanwhile, an intense discussion going on in the team captain's channel right now. But coming back to the comments, so Ujjwal's been sharing all these quotes by Nigel Mansell, and I think Nigel Mansell, had he been a race driver in this generation, he would have been just such a big personality. The kind of things he says and the kind of attitude he had, I'm a massive fan of his. Like not just on the track, but off the track as well. And might have been great to see what kind of comments he might have been having right now. But yeah, boys, North looks OP, but I think so does NRA right now. So it's going to be super close to see who is going to come out on top. Any, any predictions talking about the OP driver who will be racing for NRA next race? Possibly, possibly not. Adil, are you here to join us?
Yes, I am. How's it going, folks?
Oh, amazing. Feasting on all the racing, all the quali we've gotten to see so far. What about you? Very happy
Uh,
with the NRA performance so far?
well, we were up till about 3 o'clock last night trying to figure out the best strategy to win and figure it all out. At 3 o'clock in the morning, we decided, you know what? Let's chuck all of this out of this window. All of this out of the window. We are just here to have fun, and but at the same time, there have been some good results from the boys. I think getting P1 in Brazil, getting P2 and 3 in Monza, and I think three of our drivers being in the top 5 in Brazil. So couldn't be happier considering we've just sort of allocated tracks based on the lulls.
Sure. I mean, looks like, I mean, I'm pretty sure your 3 a.m. conversations might have come in very useful all the
I
way
was a few
back
beers
to
down, so
Mercedes boys with Brackley. Very representative, but brilliant so far. And looking for this race, what do you think your expectations are?
well, to be perfectly honest, this race in France, the team in the north looks incredibly good. The king in the north. I'm just kidding. But the team in the north looks very strong. Moto starting on pole. But we also have Couple who's just had a lot of experience driving in the wets for the last 20 for the last race. So you can never really count him out. And Couple is one of the most experienced drivers in IRC. So I'm really looking forward to great things from him.
Absolutely. Excuse me. Give me a moment. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
again, grid positions also matter so much. But talking about positions, what was the thinking that went behind? So we know that Black Sheep did get that pole, which you started
Yeah.
off in
Yeah.
Monza, but it was Couple who started on pole. So what was the thought process behind that?
Couple had done some practice. Black Sheep had not. Simple as that. And it was sort of touch and go. And Black Sheep wasn't feeling all that confidence, so we just decided, you know what? Let's put Couple in P1. Let him. And after the battle that Oxygen and he had in Silverstone, how could I deny that repeat to you guys? But Oxygen was very, very strong. So kudos to him.
Brilliant start off the line,
Yeah, but
and
folks,
definitely.
also coming as a steward, there've actually been a few penalties, which for a few drivers, I believe, at the end of the first race, the NRI team got a 3-place grid penalty. In addition to that, again, at the end of Monza, the NRI team got a 3-place grid penalty. And Myth his 5 second has been removed, so he moves into a net P5. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think Five Zan got a one place grid penalty, or got his team a 1-place grid penalty for France.
I
Okay,
think that's great news for the South boys. But go on, Propi.
yes, so we are, I think the standings are updated on the website, so we can show that itself to our audience right now. We are literally doing everything multitasking one after the other, but this is our grid, that how it looks like currently. NRI team still leading with 207 points up ahead. North team just behind with 198 points, just a 9-point deficit between NRI and North. West team with 124 points. East team with 110, and South with 77. So this is what the current standing looks like. Oxygen getting the fastest lap in the last one and bagging that one extra point. The full table is right there already. 39 drivers have participated in the event. We are still 2 events left to go, but thanks Adil, for giving us a brief on how the stewards are doing the live stewarding in the background, and even really good thumbs up for all the team who is doing standings update on the website, parallelly making editorials parallelly.
Yep.
We have never done this much parallelism in our stream, but
Exactly. And
but
Rusty, I think you were with us in Pace Off, if you remember. And the amount of work that the team had to go to update, and the amount of stuff that was happening concurrently, I think Dipanshu, this is a huge thank you to you as well. This event could not have I think the amount of work you've put in, it's showing. It's a fun event.
yes, at the end of the day, we need to come up with new concept to make this game more and more interesting and more appealing, which we are able to do here. But yeah, let's see. Let's have more exciting battles in the coming, and best of luck for your team as well, Mara. I cannot say anything for East because it's going down and
I'm
down.
coming
So
for you. I'm coming for you, Dipanshu.
but yeah, you are already up there, dude. Why do you need to come for East? East is already suffering. Leave us alone. We are fighting with the South people. That's all.
Okay, fine. I'll catch you guys.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you so much, Rusty and Electrip. I will catch you soon because my duty calls.
Yes.
So
Yes, we will soon have a chat with you after the third race for the reports and the incidents, and I hope everyone can talk.
after this, I am going to be racing in the fourth event. Sorry for the spoiler. So I think after the third race, I will not have time.
Actually, we have already covered that you will be going for the
Yes,
fourth, since
please.
yeah,
It has to
Wow.
be a last to first.
What
see,
is this? What is this scam?
since the first three you aren't appearing, so definitely it will be the fourth one.
Okay,
So-
theory of elimination works too. Awesome.
Yes. Yeah. See ya.
See
Okay.
you guys. Bye bye.
Yeah,
Keep it up.
yeah.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Electrip. So just keep an eye on the session if it has started or if it has
Yes,
not.
I'm
But
keeping an eye on it. Don't worry about
But can you go to the other link that I sent you, like the link where we can see the race results, you know?
No problem. You send me another link? Oh, in the website.
Yes, on the website I sent you one link where actually I don't think so. Go to race results. I'm not sure if you go to race results and then Regions Cup. I think you will find it there. Yep, there. Yes. Go to Italian GP. Yes. So this was our final finishing position. As Mara was suggesting, that Myth has been promoted by one position because he got 5 second penalty in the beginning of the race for no reason whatsoever, because of some minor contact, as well as there has been a position change between P11 and P12. P12 Faizan getting, I think Mara suggested that he got 3 place grid penalty, which is not correct. Yeah, I think he got mixed with the quali race. In quali, he got 3 second grid penalty. But yeah, coming to uh, Faizan and Rambo incident, Faizan being awarded 1 place grid penalty and has fallen to P12. So whatever standings you see here is the updated standings for people who are watching the stream, and for the captains. Please stop pinging me. I am already too involved in other activities as well. But if you want more info on what the grid looks like, you can always head over to the website, and you will get an idea of who finished what and what the verdicts were applied on, and whether your guy got demoted or not. So the penalties right now seem to be given in terms of position drops. So if it is a minor incident, it's 1 position drop, and if it's a major one, I think they are deciding with a 2 or 3. Yes, Adil, you are here. So okay, let's. I will be back, guys. You guys carry on. We will soon start off with the next event as well.
Heading up next, we got France. Not my favorite racetrack, that's for sure. But we got RB Ferrello, who is very strong in France. But then we got a bunch of tier one boys. Um, so I think this race might give a very good representation to see what the gap is between tier one and tier two, and further down as well as North and NRA are separated by barely anything in the overall standings. I think is just close to 15 points, and that's not a lot given you get 50 points for the race win. So halfway in, you got the NRA, and then you've got the North, and then you've got West, East, and South. West, East, and South also very close to each other, not separated by a lot, but NRA currently is 9 points clear of North, not even 15. So that's just one or two position changes. Babaji did finish P7, so West had a P6. West currently P6 and P7 in overall standings. They got Kimbai, who's got another race left, so I believe he will be racing in the next race. And I just realized his name is probably short for Kimi Raikkonen. Could be right, could be wrong. Meanwhile, some more fun trivia. We were talking about hydrous, anhydrous acid. So since he is representing the north side, the N, like you read it as anhydrous acid, which is similar to anhydrous acid. That was a light bulb moment for me, and I'd like to thank the captain from the South, Harry Rocks, for bringing that to my attention. So I think everyone on, I think they're setting up the grid right now. The stewards are, I think they're done with all of their stewarding, so we should head into Circuit de Paul Ricard soon. Meanwhile, let me know in the comments what are your thoughts on Paul Ricard, and would you rather have another Barcelona race, or if you would rather have Paul Ricard? Like, would you prefer the F1? If F1 would go to one race, would it be Barcelona, the Catalonia, or would it be Paul Ricard? What about you, Electric? Barcelona or Paul Ricard?
I say Paul Ricard any day of the week. I know Catalonia. I mean, yeah, Barcelona is a better track in terms of a track, but in terms of like overtaking and just for racing, I would say Paul Ricard is a better track than Barcelona.
Okay, so we are back. There was a slight miscommunication that happened regarding the rules. So, as a clarification, so what we had was that since we have 4 events and total 16 drivers were there from South region to willing to represent South region, there was a rule laid down that every driver has to represent at least once. So there was a rule not applicable that a myth can only race in one. But yeah, there was some confusion there. Last moment, DJ decided to not respond to any of our calls, and they are left with only 15 drivers in the region. But yeah, apart from that, everything else is fine. We have talked to Myth, and we should be soon in the session, and we should be soon going. I think Babaji has had some disconnection, because of which we were waiting, and we should be good to go soon. Sorry to keep you guys waiting, but yeah, there is a lot of things that's going on. I am being dragged from one VC to another. That's what I have been doing. But yeah, I am very happy that I decided not to participate in the France one, because it's too hectic to manage rather than race. But what are your guys' expectation in the France? Do you think when will the rain come? Because it's just a small overview for our audience. So the game gives us two slots. So first one is set to dry. The second one is set to rain, which is light
Oh,
rain.
wet. Light rain.
Yes. So it's not heavy rain; it's light rain. So when do you think we can see people boxing for enters, if at all? Do you think people will be ballsy enough to carry on with that same tire that they are on, like maybe soft or mediums? What do you think about that?
I mean, I think it's probably.
It's going to be. I mean, if they have to start on the soft, they have to pit, right?
Yes. So
If they
if they are,
start on slicks, which they will start on slicks, so everyone has to pit. So that's clear.
yes,
So it's
yes,
about, do they pit for inters depending on when the rain comes, or do they pit for another set of flicks?
yes, and I will tell you why it is challenging. Because the 2 or 3 practice sessions that I have done, or when I created the scenario, that was the whole reason why I chose this race and this format, was because I wanted to make it tricky. The 2 or 3 times I have chosen this scenario and I have tried in a Grand Prix or something similar, what I have noticed is that rain comes in pretty much towards the end. Maybe lap 11, lap 12. It's a 13 lap race, just to clarify. It will come around lap 11, lap 12. If you are very lucky, it will come around lap 9. But there was one race in which it even came in lap 13. So,
Okay, I understand that slots. Slot 1 is 15 minutes, slot 2 is 15 minutes, and so on.
I'm not
So,
sure how the game treats
no,
it.
I think that's how it is. I mean, based on the background telemetry data I run, it's generally 15-minute slots, which
Okay.
coincides with the game.
Yes, that is true. So the game, basically, how the telemetry inside the game works is, whatever you set in the lobby settings, that is that goes through some kind of a randomization internally in the Codemaster system, and then they decide, okay, in 15 minutes increment, that what should be the weather after 15 minutes. So there is still a small variability that comes
Also,
into play.
the other variability is how quickly does it intensify.
Yes,
It could intensify
yes,
over 3 laps, which means they don't have to shift to inters, or it
yes.
could intensify over like immediately. Sometimes like it starts pouring and suddenly one sector is so wet that you have to change to the wet
Yes, and
strategy.
and I will tell you what made it more interesting. What I did to make it more interesting: the top 10 people, no matter what, you have to start on softs.
Yeah.
So now it is, if you go on softs and if the rain does not come in early, then you are pretty much have to go on another set of tire and then bet for the rain to come. So you have to possibly do 2 pit stops. However, people outside top 10 have the freedom to choose whatever tire they want. So probably they will go for a tire medium on the start, hoping that the rain comes and they can just box for the enters. So this means that in this race, we can see a lot of, the back people coming up ahead. It's not this race is not gonna be decided on the first 3 laps for sure, because of the pit strategy that is involved here. And there can be people who will decide to go on softs and then again on softs, hoping that they can keep, they can have that pace. But again, the issue that comes in with that is, if you are 2 softs, you have to change a tire. You cannot complete on the second set of softs. So technically, you have to again pit for one more time. So there is a lot of thinking that the people will have to do. based on where they finished. But right now, the people who finished outside top 10 look really strong in this race. It's not decided on the first lap. It all depends on when the rain comes.
I agree with you. So it's great. I think suddenly your team captain or whoever is the race engineer becomes super important because they get to like look through what the other drivers are doing and try to compare times and then give you all that feedback. So
So
that also comes into the picture as the drivers are now on the grid selecting their setups. Again, setups is also a question, right? Like what ride height do you go? Do you go for an inter ride height which is around 5'6", or do you go for a normal ride height which is around 2'3"?
so
So your setup also becomes a question.
Yeah, so initially I was planning to attend this race, but then I stopped it. But then, yeah, so when I was doing some practice around this track, all I did was increase my rear wing by one and my front wing by one, and just increase the ride height by 2 or 3 clicks. So rather than running 2, 3 ride height, I was running somewhere around, maybe 4, 6 or something around that. And that's all the change that you need to do to make your car adaptable for both the conditions and still have decent enough pace. Because of that rear wing extra downforce, I was literally flying through the corners. Like, you could literally go on the throttle much earlier than what you would have expected. You would lose some time on the straight, but you can probably cover that up with a better exit from the corners in the dry session. So again, yes, as you said, a lot of things come into play right now. We have to see what strategy people go for, and we have to also see what the drivers and their race engineers are doing. So just a small brief, just a small insight for our audience. They cannot see how many people are in the VCs, but I can literally just scroll down on the left side and I cannot count how many people are there. That's many people are sitting in the VC and supporting their team right now. So race engineer shortage is not at all there. Everyone is there to be their race engineer and give them
Because tricky
suggestions.
because like some drivers like a lot of quiet when they're driving. For example, RB Ferrello does not like a lot of chatter. He's one of those I need quiet to concentrate kind of drivers. So again, like, do the drivers sit in the VC? Do they not? How many people are being allowed to talk in the VC? It's just so many variables, and that's what makes the event today so much fun. As the drivers are now readying up for the session, just like the previous days, no formation laps. So everyone's starting on tires of the same temperature.
Yes, just that top 10 is starting on the softs. Electric, just
I'm
quickly
light,
switch.
and away we go. Moto does get a minute bit of wheel spin, but Couple again struggling with his race start as he's overtaken by his team captain WTF Chicken and Sandwich, but somehow just about gets through into turn 1 and 2. There's some carnage behind, but looks pretty clean so far. Brilliant start by Moto and Couple once again reeling in his race start as Warhammer tries sending in. We have a car spun around over there. I think that's Wilsterd. He was just super unfortunate, either Wilsterd or washing powder Nirma. But right now, Babaji and the Cuban are we battling, and Babaji gets a nice exit onto the straight. Must be making use of a bunch of that PRS as well.
So there is already a DRS train being formed from P4 to all the way to P7. The softs will definitely be faster at this stage of the race, but they will definitely degrade within 4 laps, and they can be even slower than the medium runners. We can clearly see a lot of soft runners trying to go on the outside with that superior grip on out of that chicane, as well as the fast right-hander. Some people trying some moves. I can see 2 cars up ahead, Couple and Chicken. No, that's Couple and Moto going side by side through the entirety of the third sector there. So brilliant driving from both of them, giving each other space. Moto grabbing in a warning there, going off the track. Clearly a warning for him. The corner cutting is still set to strict.
Yeah, brilliant battle by those two. It looks like there's battles all around. There's hardly any cars. Eccentric is currently making a move on I Am Friend, and that puts him into a brilliant spot on those mediums. It's all about when the rain hits us. Right now, it looks sunny in France.
Yes, so we never know when it will start getting cloudy and rain. But as we suspected,
Oh,
everyone.
WTF chicken spins off. I don't know. It didn't look like he had contact from the car in front at least, but I don't know if Babaji was involved. But WTF chicken spins out and loses a bunch of positions. Not the best of showing from the NRA captain.
Yes, he will not be happy. Can you get the telemetry, the driver telemetry up? The speedometer and those stuff, ERS. Yep. So we are right now on Wilster G, who is hot on board with Sid Kulkarni, representing the NRI team and the West team. So let's see who comes out up ahead. Wilster G, we all know, is a very good tier 1 driver, and Sid Kulkarni, one of our tier 2 drivers. Up ahead, we see a lot of wheel banging going on between the East drivers. I'm not sure if there has been some rule, some team orders being passed in the VC, but it seems like Warhammer is planning to overtake Ninja Zero, and Ninja Zero is holding the ground. Both of them going side by side in the third sector. Brilliant drive there we can see from both the drivers, even though both being in the same region, are still battling it out on track. No team orders whatsoever, and there is a pile of
Well,
more
that's a point.
cars.
Yep. RB Ferrero, I am friend, Ninja Zero, and Wilster G, I think, all caught up, and that really opens up the door for Sid Kulkarni. As I think RB Ferrero came out as the winner of all of that battle because he got a double move
Yes.
done on the East boys, Ninja Zero and I am friend, and that puts him up to P11, but on those softs.
Yes, for sure. So, how long can he continue with this charge? I am friend as well as Wilster as well as RB, because we all know that after 4 or 5 laps, medium tires are the go-to tire.
That one Sid Kulkarni, I'm sorry to cut you in, but he really sent it in there, putting Wilster G all out of stock, just trying to react to that, but Wilster.
Yep. So your voice is cutting. It's very low right now. I'm not sure what happened, but that was a brilliant judge by Sid Kulkarni on where he can put his car for that particular move. Meanwhile, up ahead, Kapil Ace has taken the race lead from Moto Moto. Babaji is still running P3. Right now, there was some incident between the two
Anhydrous
drivers.
acid and eccentric, I think. Lucky they've come out all right from that incident. Both the drivers making a play with their region names and their names right there.
Yeah. So eccentric. Okay, that's a good play of words with the region name and the race name. But we see Ninja Zero being pushed down by Baby Sonoda back. I am fan also losing a position to Adi Warhammer. But we saw some brilliant racing between the East boys. No team orders for anything. Moto Moto still on a charge with Kapil. Why don't we? So this can be a move done by Moto Moto on the straight, provided he has the ERS to back it up. We all know that Kapil can save a lot of ERS. At the back, we have Ninja Zero going on the inside of Baby Sunoda, who is losing a right end plate. Baby Sunoda defending the position with his life, already struggling because of a broken wing. Back again on the top, Moto Moto sends it down the inside. Minute touch on the inside from Kapil, and Moto Moto has again fallen back. We see
Yep,
right now Wilster
Adil
G
was
and
hammer wheel to wheel with Wilster G, but Wilster G has the inside line, really good defense by him, and that allows him to cling on to this P14.
yes, but I'm pretty sure that he will be back in the charge once the soft start dying off. Acid that close to eccentric at the moment. Remember that eccentric is running on medium tires, so that's a really good position to be in right now with the medium tires. Ninja Zero also, Acid being very eager to overtake eccentric because he has that much grip to go for the move to send it some corner on the outside, but he gets a bad exit and falls back.
It's a DRS train, so it becomes really difficult to overtake because all the DRS advantage is now nullified because the car in front of you also has. So I think
Yeah.
until something happens, someone makes a mistake, it's going to be really difficult to get a move done right now.
Yep. So that was one of the reasons why I wanted some kind of a change here, because otherwise it's just one pit stop strategy difference and we cannot see a lot of action on this track, even though it's very easy to overtake. But if you are in a DRS train, it's just You
But
know.
Helium right now deploying all of that ERS as Patnaik goes down to the inside to try and block that is the latest of those two breakers. And that just meant that he collided with his teammate and that gave Babaji a 10-second time penalty. And now the team captain has to decide about do they want to report their own team driver or not.
I feel that it was more of Babaji missing the breaking point, if I'm not wrong. But
It definitely looked like there was contact between those two.
okay, then I think that Patnaik, in order to break as late as possible, yeeted his team off the track. That's not the curve that you would want to take, as we see the clouds come in
Yep.
over the track at lap 5. So I'm expecting that we might be able to just see the rain in by lap 9, because that's what I got the least in my simulations.
By lap 9 is too late for the softs though. We
Yes,
know that France is a high, it does take a lot out of your softs, but however, because these softs are fresh, as we see, eccentric with a brilliant move round the outside to get the move on Patak, and him sitting on P5 right now with the tires in their operating window as compared to the softs, he should be trying to move up as quickly as possible and then time his pit stop right if necessary. I
yep.
mean, it is necessary because he's on the slicks.
Yes, so it's like, since the session is set to reduced, you can extend your softs. I will continue that thought, but there is a hot battle spicing up from the past one sector between Patnaik and Acid. They were exchanging position on the leaderboard a couple of seconds back, but finally Acid is able to get his move done on Patnaik. Meanwhile, back as well, Sid Kulkarni seems to lose a couple of positions, and Wilster
Winston
G.
and Ninja Zero seem to be wheel to wheel.
Yep, they are right now going side by side on the exit of the chicane. But I think Wilster decided to lift off, and because it's very
Slot in on
difficult.
the inside, yep.
Yes, it's very difficult to take that corner flat out when both of the cars are side by side. The temperatures are will be dropping right now on the track, and that would be helping the soft runners to conserve their tire and hope, pray to the Cody's god that rain comes in. Meanwhile, P12, P13, P14 is a spicy battle going on. Wilster G no more having the grip of the softs, or does he have it? He sends it down the outside.
Oh,
There was a bit of collision. I think he was not able to turn his car with that shallow line that he was going to take for the next corner, but he is deploying all his ERS still side by side with Ninja. Uh, Wilster G does he get the move done? I think he gets the move done. Ninja Zero decides to stay back. He knows he has the medium tire. Wilster has the softs. He can easily get back to him again. Eccentric has also closed on the gap with the DRS, and we see some spray coming out. So it's already raining.
yep.
Or am I
Indeed.
blind?
It is no. There are some drops of rain coming down right now, but it's a matter of when. I think
Yeah,
in the
it is
game, the
raining.
most reliable way to know when to shift is when the DRS is switched off.
Yes.
So as of now, we still have DRS enabled, so it's definitely still time for the slicks. But these softs are quickly running out of grip. Eccentric, he is catching Babaji, but not quite at the rate he would want at this moment.
Yeah, for sure. But this is a very good blessing in disguise for the soft runners, because they can now pit in and go to the inters till the end. The people who decided to go on the mediums, not getting the best of the advantage of their medium tire, already it has started to rain. So I'm not sure how it started so early, because in the 2 or 3 runs that I have done, it has rained before the 9-minute mark. So we'll be
Oh, there's
excited.
one car already jumping into the pits. I think that's Sid Kulkarni and Warhammer. So it'll be interesting to see what tires they have on. And those are the medium runners as well.
Yes, so the medium runners blinking fast. That might be because the softs, it's easier to keep them up to the temperature because they are more grippy on the track. But the medium runners will just lose their traction out of the track. Sid Kulkarni and Warhammer deciding to go on the inters. The first few people.
Oh, Eccentric gets a move on Babaji. That
Yes.
was out of nowhere. There's quite the gap.
So Eccentric is the one who is using his mediums to the max right now. He might come out even in P1. We have a sector 1-2 yellow flag, and that's
Oh,
Ninja
Ninja
Zero
Zero.
who is into the wall. I feel that he spun on his own on the traction zone there. It's really difficult to judge when to, uh, go on full
Yep,
throttle.
as
But
you can see over there, Couple himself struggling to keep his car on track, just about maintains as Moto gets all squirrely, squiggly coming out of that turn 12.
just look at the time Sid Kulkarni is gaining on, I am fun.
Yep,
11.1 seconds. It was 12. If I'm not wrong, it was around 13 seconds in
as
the
the
last
race
lap.
leaders have pit, DRS just got disabled and
I see
appropriately the
one
race
more.
leaders
I
have
see
pit.
one more NRI team has lost his car at the back. I think it's what the fuck chicken. Yes, he has lost his car, and Sid Kulkarni has caught up to him. Chicken
Oh,
not
yeah.
having the best of
Chicken
the time.
really struggling right now with the lack of downforce.
Yes, so everyone is going into the pits. People will get held up, Even though we know we have 10 pit boxes, it's all up to the luck whether you get held up or whether you don't get held up. So let's hope that not everyone gets held up, since almost everyone has decided to go into the pits at the same time. So I'm not sure how the multiplayer car logic works, but
Yeah,
we will see.
it's randomized. You have no idea to know who your teammate is until the start of the race, or until you pit or you see the names on the pit board.
Yes, honestly, I feel that no one got held up. It's like maybe one or two drivers would have gotten held up for a second or so, but right now, Chicken still. Oh, he's in the pit. So this is our revised grid. Kapil Moto keeping the first place position right there. Eccentric in P3, Babaji in P4. Pretty much the top four remain the same. Even P5, P6 remain the same. P7, P8 also seem similar.
I
So
think didn't seem to the only gainers from that seem to have been Sid Kulkarni and Warhammer. I think they were around P15, P16 when they went into pits, and now they're P12, P13.
yep. So they did a very good decision to pit one lap before. That was probably the most ideal time to pit. But yeah, right now they are chasing up ahead. RB is catching on Kuberabi. We all know that RB is really good with his skills in the wets. So let's see if he can keep those skills in the wets here as well.
But
Uh,
also would have gotten some practice from the last tier 2 race, which was wet in itself.
Yes, so right now it does not seem to be heavy wet condition for sure, but it is worsening. I just hope that it does not go to full wet, because that's not what we intended. We are left with only 3 more laps to go. If the rain continues at this pace, it will be wet a bit. RB getting all out of shape on the traction of last second corner, but field seems to have spaced out after the first laps. After the rain started pouring in.
Yeah, I think Moto seemed to have had a late pit stop because right before pitting the gap was less than a second. But since the pit stop, they've been beyond 1.5 seconds away.
Yeah, for sure. So 3 more laps to go. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, I will be back with some work. You guys carry on with the commentary, and I will see you guys soon.
Yep, absolutely. So it looks like everyone's spaced out right now. The only three cars close by are Kuberabi, RB Ferrello, and Baby Sonora. As RB Ferrello runs super wide, and that's pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that could have gotten him a warning. As Wilster is looking all across washing powder Nirma to try and get the move done, but Nirma really good with his positioning and ensures that Wilster gets no room to get this move done. But as they come across the straight, probably the only place for you to try and get the move done, but Wilster isn't close enough, in my opinion, to get the move done. And he just settles back inside, and now he'll just be thinking about trying to stay close enough to get the move done into T1.
Whew. So we are already into the third event. For people who are joining in right now, it has been an exciting battle till now. But after the first two events, NRI is top. North is trying to chase NRI team right now with just 8 point difference. But NRI still has a bomb to explode in the last race with Mara and Tanish racing for the last race. East, West.
Yeah, so NRI pretty much have a couple of shotguns still left in the bag, but everyone's trying to deploy all the resources they have. Patnaik caught on the tail of anhydrous acid, and that's a DRS trainer. Although there is no DRS, that's a train where each driver is within 1 second of each other. But as we've seen so far, it does seem like it's super difficult to overtake so far. Eccentric easily the driver of the day for me, driver of the race for me. The day is still young. At the same time, we still have another race, so it's not yet done. But Patnaik right now is hounding on the diffuser of anhydrous acid, trying to get him to make a mistake. All of these penalties will be costly, as well as I think that was Acid who dived down, tried to stick it around the outside, but Patnaik held on to the inside line, but runs a little wide over here into turn 12, but that's no problem as he keeps the position down. And then after this is just about trying to keep it clean, but one of the cars running really wide, as you can see the spray down really coming down, and I think right now it's difficult to drive on these inters as well. As you can see, there's quite a bit of water logging on the track, and it's just the dry line or no line, and that's why it becomes really hard to overtake, because as soon as you pull out of the dry line, it becomes difficult to try and prevent wheel spin, as there is a move being done over there. Helium gets through anhydrous acid on the start finish straight. Some really good driving, seem to have gotten a brilliant exit out of the final corner. And right now Kaushik and anhydrous acid side to side, but anhydrous acid breaking that little bit late and keeping the position. But it'll be interesting to see how much longer can he hold on to this P7 as he's being hounded by one driver after another. Kaushik getting a little out of shape, but right now it looks great for the NRIs. Already on top of the standings and another 50 points to add to it. Kaushik on the outside, let's see if he'll be able to, closes the door quite sharply over there, and thankfully both the cars come out all right, and nevertheless gets the move done on anhydrous acid. Helium now trying to get one more spot and trying to overtake Patnaik. These are battles we'll definitely keep watching in Tier 1. Further down, the train between RB Ferrello, Baby Sonada has calmed down a bit. There's a bit of a gap over there. And we've got two captains at the bottom of the grid. I'm pretty sure their team and them will be wanting to do much better than they are right now. Meanwhile, all of a sudden, Motomoto seems to have caught up to Couple. I think Couple's made a mistake because Eccentric's fought on the tail as well. Motomoto within 5/10 of a second. Can we go up to the battle for P1? Electric? Yep, so there's Electric. Yeah, thank you. Can we go on board Eccentric? Yeah, perfect. As you can see, all three of these drivers super close right now, coming across. This is the final lap, so this is probably the only overtaking zone right now, and I think Motomoto is too far behind though. But it'll be interesting to see if Couple might make a mistake on the brakes, but no, Couple keeps it super clean, hits the apex, should be looking to get a nice exit out of here, which he does seem to have gotten. That dirty air not helping any of these drivers now, heading into the right-hander, and Eccentric lifts just that tiny little bit. Helium though tried to get the move done on Patnaik, but it seems like Patnaik really good with the defense, as we'd seen earlier in the race as well. So pretty good, great result for the NRA boys in the north, but I think West with P4 and P5 should be really happy as well, and at the same time South with a P3, P9 result, that should lift up their spirits as well in that camp, as Couple comes across the line to take the race, lost out on the pole position advantage on the race start, but with some brilliant racing, as Maranello Baby was highlighting in the wets, got the move done on Motomoto once again, in the drives though, I'm sorry, and held on to it ever since. Motomoto coming P2, Eccentric with a brilliant climb starting outside top 10 on those mediums, made use of every bit of grip he could get, and he would have hoped that the rain came a little later because it seemed like he was catching up to the top two. But as we discussed earlier, the rain came earlier than we predicted, and that in turn meant that he could only settle for P3. But nonetheless, brilliant drive by him. So running through the pack, couple with P1 for the NRI boys, Moto Moto P2 for North, Eccentric P3 for the South, and then we have Patnaik, Anhydrous Acid, Helium, Kaushik, Babaji, Adi Ferrello, Kubarabi, Baby Sonoda, Sid Kulkarni, Adi, Warhammer, Wilster G, Washing Powder, Thermophobe, who might have had a thermophobe-like race because it didn't seem like he enjoyed the conditions. But moving on, Ninja Zero, whom we did see spin, unfortunately. P17, I Am Friend P18, WTF Chicken P19, and Harry Rocks P20. So I think East had the worst possible race with P14, 16, 17, and 18, and I'm pretty sure, including Deepanshu, they will be looking to have a better showing in the following race, which is barring
Yeah.
25% and completely dry.
Let's see what happens, but can't do much for the next race. We will be soon up and running for the next event as well. So some 10 minutes break for the stewards to get their verdicts in. But yeah, not a really good performance from each team. I am just confirming on a couple of things. The race setting seemed to be a bit off. It seemed a bit more wet, but that game always tends to surprise us with the game settings. Even if you set light rain, you feel like it's too heavy rain. But yeah, the game settings were set correctly, but somehow it rained much more than what we expected it to. And there we have the final grid for our French Grand Prix, the third event. Couple in P1, Moto Moto P2, P3, Eccentric P4, Patnaik P5, Acid P6, Helium P7, Kaushik P8, Babaji P9, RB P10, the Kubarabi P11, Baby Sunoda P12, Sid Kulkarni P13, Warhammer P14, Wilster G P15, Nirma P16, Thermophobe P17, Ninja P18, I Am Friend, and P19, Chicken, who had an unfortunate spin on his soft tires, not the correct time, and P20, Harry Rocks. So that rounds up our third event. We will soon be starting off with the fourth event. Let's just have a look at the grid for the next race. So, Electrip, can you get the
Sure.
next grid position ready?
No problem.
So we know two out of the four NRA drivers is going to be Marino Baby and Tanish. But I think Myth has another race left as well, so I think Myth will be representing the South Boys. So the Marinello Myth battle will continue for another race up next, as you can see. Oh, interestingly, Myth is not racing. Seems to be limited to this one race. That's a bummer because we've seen in the past how intense and beautiful the battle between Mara and Myth can get. But in the East, we've got the captain SD followed by Death Hunter, Rooker, who had a really good quali session, and Chanakya. And in the West, we have Kim Rai, Cryptid, Crazy Joe, RB Fiddle. I think someone was asking about Cryptid in the comments earlier. Now you know where Cryptid is. He is representing the West in the final race of the day. In the North, we have Moto Moto, Oxygen, Helium, Freeman. Isn't that an all tier 1 lineup?
Yeah, I think so. It is actually.
Yeah, so the North and NRA absolutely on it. In the South, we have Deepak, Kaushik, Wright, and Deadpool. And for the NRAs, you've got Scary Pumpkin, you've got Tanish, you've got Marino Baby, and you've got Alphabot. Um, so we know that two of those four drivers are extremely strong, but Alphabot also learning really quickly and improving with every race in Tier 3 representing Red Bull.
Okay, so I am back. Did you guys go
Yep,
through the grid?
Yep.
yep. So I think the battle is going to continue between North and NRA. North with an all tier one driver lineup, pretty much, and NRA having the two big guns they've been saving for until the end of the race.
Yes.
Hello.
So yeah.
Hello, couple. Congrats on that race victory.
Thank you. Lovely race.
Nice and tidy. But can you tell us what's going wrong in your restarts? It's two races in a row where you were beaten off the line.
I can't see both times the people on pads. We know that the controller has insane start, and also in this game, I've never been able to do one start properly. It's just something I cannot figure out. So it's good that I started up in the front, or else I would have been gobbled by the pack.
Fair enough, but brilliant to come back and get that position back. But moving on, so couple NRA sitting up top, but as you can see through the North team right now, they're coming all guns blazing to try and win the battle of the regions. What are your views? How is the morale in the NRA camp right now?
It's been fantastic. Just one or two slips. We did see a big incident between Chicken and Baba in the last race. So I think something around that is being resolved in discussion. One with our stewards, but other than that, smooth sailing so far. I don't know what Oxygen had for lunch today, just flying. Kudos to him for that victory. But I'm ecstatic and I'm super happy about this team. They've been really resilient, and we've had great stroke of luck so far. Barring
I think that's what happens when you add the N2O2. You get knocks.
yeah. We were thinking a lot about the strategy all through the weekend, thinking, how do we undercut or overcut or just catch the other teams off guard. The South was particularly one team that we were not fancying to go against on a head-to-head battle in Bahrain, and that's why we elected. You know what? We kind of had a sixth sense that Myth and Eccentric would kind of split up and try to take the fight back in the wet races. So we actually just saved our best for last, and hold on to your seats because it's going to be a wild ride from the NRA team in the last race. I can guarantee that.
So much thought process going on behind to ensure that you maximize the potential of every driver in Canada.
Well, we've got the rest of the world, all non-residents of India, to make sure that we are backing them all. So a lot of pressure on our shoulders, but I think we managed it very, very well so far.
Certainly going to go down to the wire between you guys and the North. But let's see how the South, East, and West also try and catch up to the lead pack right now.
It's going to be an exciting finish. Better stay tuned for the finale. Alright, boys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Yep, absolutely. Have a good night. All the best. So yeah, as you had it there, lads, couple the race winner from the last race. Interestingly, we got a crazy Joe race prediction. Yep, as said, we are working on the standings and we should get them to you right now. Nice play of words with your name. Meanwhile, let me see if the standings have been updated. So we knew that there was a 7 point swing between NRA and North. Just 7 points, so it's going to be super close to see how they stack up. NRA did win the last race, as we all know, with Couple trying getting that position back after losing it at the race start. Interesting with his input about the difference between the pad drivers and the wheel drivers. But seems like not. I mean, even if they lose P1, P2, if they can get all four drivers in the top 10, they could really take it to the NRI boys in the final race. As the stewards are busy going through multiple incidents that have taken place in the last race, and that's what is holding us back right now because it's important to deliberate and ensure that everyone gets the right penalty, and if required, everyone gets the penalty removed.
Yep. Sorry, I haven't been speaking that much. I'm not feeling that well today, so yeah, just excuse me if
Yeah, no problem. Anyways, from our discussion earlier, we were talking about Mazepin spinning and all of that, but we need to keep in mind that Grosjean and Magnussen struggled with the Haas themselves last season, right? And this season, Haas has lost further downforce, that too all in the rear, meaning that there's an imbalance in the car while not doing anything to address it because the car's pretty much 2020 with the rear or whatever done to meet the new regulations. So it is an incredibly difficult car because they're probably the only constructor who barely done anything to try and improve their car. So I do feel for Mazepin and Mick because I can only imagine how difficult it must be to drive that car.
I mean, Mick is an incredible driver in my opinion. He's trying to maximize the car to his potential. So yeah, I mean, yeah, hats off to Mick though. He's doing an incredible job with the car he has.
Well, another interesting thing about drivers who change teams, not particularly performing so well, I noticed something like not only did they change teams, but they also changed their power units. Like the new team they've gone to, they're using a different power unit from the previous one. For example, Ricardo moved from a Renault to a Mercedes. Sebastian moved from a Ferrari, obviously, to a Mercedes. Sainz moved from a Honda they were running or a Renault. No, from a Renault to a Ferrari, obviously. So not only are they trying to put up with the new ways the car reacts with respect to the aero, the braking, and things like that, then also reacting, they're also having to learn how these cars rev, what is the sweet spot, because some engines are lower revving engines, some are high revving engines. So all of these things getting into the consideration, and I'm pretty sure it must not be really easy for them to adapt, but some drivers doing better than the rest for sure. Do let us know what your thoughts are on that. Quite a lot of stewards celebration going on. As you can see, Babaji incident is being deliberated, and a few other channels, some more incidents being deliberated. So that's what's holding us right now as we're waiting for the final race of the day to kick off. Just give me 1 minute, folks. I'll be right back. Yep, I'm back and I see a few cons. Yeah, I do feel like Carlos is has adjusted the most to the car, and yeah, I agree with the results part. And with respect to Ricardo, we did see what happened in the last race, and he has outqualified Lando, I think, so far. Obviously, in the second race, Lando had a penalty. I mean, had his lap invalidated, but Ricardo has been doing well with respect to quali, and as we all know, Monaco is Ricardo's arena, as Piyush Gandhi pointed out, and the fact that Ricardo is able to extract more out of that car in quali as compared to Lando only is going to help him further with respect to Monaco. And I think right now, every race I tune into, I'm only tuning in to watch what is happening with the midfield because uh, before I continue on that, I think we've got the updated standings right now. As you can see, the North are in the lead and they also have a really strong lineup for the next race. So it's going to be right down to the wire, North having a 33-point lead on the NRI region, followed by West, who are pretty far off, and then the South and the East pretty close to each other as well. So, couple right now with I think the race win and also the P2 finish, earning him a net 50 plus 42, 92 points, and then we've had Black Sheep who got pole position for which he got 51 points, and then he got P3, so that's 87 points. We got Aditya for the North. So even though the North boys only have one in the top five, but if you look from there, they got 6, 7, 10, and 15, and so on. So they've been contributing. All the North boys have been contributing, and that's what's allowed them to take the lead on the top of the championship. NRI do have two really strong drivers. They do have Tanish and Mara running, but again, it'll be interesting to see which grid position they start off from because while couple seemed a little more interesting, Mara seemed like he is in for the fun of it, and that might mean that he tries to start off further behind the grid than he is because I think since couple finished P1, so NRI will have the pole position for the next race as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they give it to Mara or if they give it to Tanish. You got any news for us, Tropi?
Nothing much. All the verdicts have been applied. It seems like IM Fern gets a 2 place grid penalty for cutting across, cutting across eccentric in the last race. But apart from that, no other incidents, no other grid penalties to be applied. Right now, whatever you see is the standings as it stands. NRI currently 277 with the North in 310. But NRI don't need to worry about points as the next race they have Mara and Tanish. West.
While you say that, I still think North has a stronger lineup going into the final race.
Let's see what happens. So going back to the lineup, I think one of their drivers, Rad, is not responding, so they have decided to replace him with someone. But yeah, let's see what happens.
Because I think they've got Helium, they've got Freeman, and they've got not quite sure. Can we go back to the driver lineups? Electric, is that possible? Yeah, so they've got Moto, Oxygen, Helium, and Freeman. So those are four incredibly strong drivers with all tier 1 pace. So we know that they are going to challenge because if what North has been doing well so far is the sum of all is much greater than individual rankings, and that's what seems to be working, and that's what I think that going forward with the final race as well.
Yes, for sure. I also feel the same. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's not about whose team has the most fastest drivers. It's all about how you can balance your team. Even West looks pretty good with Cryptid, Crazy Joe, RB, mediocre team. But yeah, West we always expected it to be a bit weak. But let's see. Let's hope that we have a close point finish at least between the North and NRI. But right now, North is looking really strong up ahead. Remember that with our custom point scheme, First place position is 50 points, plus 1 point for the fastest lap for whoever does it. And let me just get up the point scheme because I never told this.
I've got it. I've already walked them through the point scheme.
Oh, okay. Yes, then that is all good because I was planning to make some kind of a graphics for that, but I simply did not get enough time in between organizing and making this event work. So even the even the grid reveal, I'm doing it parallelly.
Yeah, so in case anyone's wondering, quickly to walk you through 50 for P1, 42 for P2, 36 for P3, and then 32, 29, 26, 23, 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes. So that's how the point system is. I did some thinking while coming up with this, with this point system. But yeah, we can see a lot of point difference between P1 and P even 10. So, but yeah, at least it gives some motivation for everyone to at least finish the race, since there is points for even finishing P20. But overall, we will be taking a feedback after a couple of days. Yeah, Kapil is here with us.
It is dry, right?
Yes, it is full dry. Bahrain should be full dry.
Think.
No rain in Bahrain. That's the last thing that
Yeah, I
people
think
will.
every of
We lost you there, couple.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's going to go down the wire between North and NRI. At the same time, East, South, and the West also have a lot to play for to try and get the final podium position as it is. But yeah, Ricardo in Monaco, I do think he'll finish really strong. And as I was saying, in my opinion, like I just tune into the races right now to try and see what's happening in the midfield because they are so jam packed, so much talent in the midfield. Although this season, surprisingly, we are being treated to a wonderful battle between Lewis Hamilton and Verstappen. And it's just so Mercedes like in Hamilton like to know that the first time they've been challenged from another car for a long time, Hamilton has his best ever start to a season, which is crazy. They haven't looked all that comfortable, but when the buck stops, they're the ones ahead. And you can only admire the amount of work that they've put in over the course of these years to try and keep them up there. And let's see who's put in that kind of work. Is it the North or is it the NRI boys?
Whew. So yeah, we are almost ready with the session. That much I can tell, and we will soon be starting off with the race at Bahrain. Just a reminder, it's a full dry session, no wets. It's all up to the pace. But yeah, there is again a catch because there won't be a catch unless and until there has to be a catch if I am setting the track. So the catch in Bahrain is that the medium to softs is a very OP strategy on this track. Now the thing is, again, the top 10, the bottom 10 people have the opportunity to get into the top 10. Now let's see who decides to put their drivers where, and keeping in mind that medium to softs being the most OP strategy on this track.
Yep. But at the same time, there's always the there's always the question mark of starting in the midfield because you're just exposing yourself to so much more trouble. Uh,
Yes.
So you've got to evaluate all the risks associated with it. But right now we are heading into the session as the drivers will soon be selecting their setups, selecting their strategies, and it's going to be really interesting to know which driver starts off where, especially with respect to Tanish and Maranello Baby. We do know that one of them is most probably going to be starting on pole, and also the four North drivers.
Yes. But how can you guarantee that both Tanish and Mara will start on pole?
I am just I think both of them have pace to make either strategy work. So it just makes sense to ensure that one of them has a clean long race while the other tries to maximize strategy.
Hmm.
Because
That
you wouldn't want to roll your dice by making both of them start further back and possibly get caught up in traffic or incidents.
Yep, that is true. But we all know I'm just hoping that no one crashes in this race because this can be a really pace off kind of a battle here. But yeah, um, what do you guys think about the event now that we have around 1 minute to wait and think about the event? Did you guys like the format? Personally, asking you two, since you two are there, whom I can talk to right now.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think
Yeah.
it's amazing. I think all the regions, also not just the amazing racing we saw today, but like couple like Mara talked about, it also brought all those within the regions closer together. All the drivers from different tiers also driving and practicing together, which in turn means that they're getting more exposure. They're learning a lot more from the better drivers or the more experienced drivers right now. So it just enables the whole community to come closer, not just on track but off track as well. And I think that's the biggest win we take away from today.
Yes, for sure. We are almost ready for the race. Moto and Chicken have to ready. We have the lights, two lights, three lights, and five lights, and away we go
Away
for
we
the
go.
last event of tonight at Bahrain, where there is no rain. We already see a lot of crash
Oh,
back
that's one of the
behind.
NRA cars. That's Scary Pumpkin,
Yes,
I think.
I think it was Alpha Bot and Scary Pumpkin. Maranello starting in P11, Tanish starting in P1. So they did decide to go for the double up finish. Mara already making a charge up the pack. Kimrai with that whole ERS usage, trying to catch up to Mara in that blue car, the West region, trying to fight as much as possible till the end of the race. We do have P2, P3 captured by the North people. So if the NRI want to stand a chance in this race, they have to finish up ahead of them and hope that other North people do not finish up there. My bad. So North is currently occupying P3, P4, and P6. So currently the field is pretty much bunched up. Tanish leads the pack with Kaushik and then Moto. Oxygen in P4, Cryptid in P5, Helium in P6, RB in P7. Are everyone forming a train here? Let's see. Okay, there is an action going on between DJ and Crazy Joe trying to go on the inside, going through the uphill corner right there. Was not able to capitalize on the move, but again, as can we switch on to the tires? Let me see if anyone has decided to go on the mediums. Okay, so Mara being outside the top 10, deciding to go on the mediums. Death Hunter in P12 and P13 by Freeman
Is it
on the medium.
Crazy Joe trying to make a move on Mara? Yep, round the outside when Mara has the inside line. Can Crazy Joe get enough traction? Doesn't look like it. And Maranello Baby holds on to that place for now.
Mara seems to be struggling in the initial part of this race because the softs are stronger than the mediums, for sure, right now. And
Who
we
is?
do have another battle going on there behind Mara. That's between that Hunter and Crazy Joe. Oh,
And
Helium is trying to.
tries to get down into the inside of Cryptid into turn 8, but just about ensures that neither of the cars spin and should be waiting for DRS right now. As you can see, uh, these lime green cars not helping the North boys right now. All
Yes,
these cars from the West.
so the West people probably making it difficult for the North boys to go up the pack, but we do have Cryptid holding his ground strong there. We have Oxygen who is deciding to catch up. Back behind we have that Hunter and
Yeah.
Freeman going side by side. Death Hunter on the inside of Freeman. Is that Freeman? No, that's the Hunter. So Death Hunter still side by side with Deepak Raj. Okay, I was completely wrong with whom we are battling, but that Hunter is currently battling Deepak Raj. One of them have a end plate missing. Not sure who it was. Okay, that's that Hunter who is having an end plate missing, and Deepak Raj gets back that position.
Yeah, so upfront Tanish setting the fastest lap 2 laps in a row, and that's enabled him. And there we see Deepak Raj going, losing his traction, running wide, and that's not great showing for the boys from the south.
Yes. Back ahead again. Rooker is making an overtake on Deadpool, who seems to be side by side with him, is now ahead. So Rooker is ahead now. Mara has to clear the two west runners up ahead to move up the field on his medium tires. As we see RB going really wide there on the exit. Uh, not of best of stopping there on the downhill, especially if you are running with ABS off. But Mara has to clear a lot of pack ahead of him if he wants to beat the North people right now. It's basically right now a battle between NRI and North. We will be having an interview from all the three captains of the teams who will be P1, P2, P3, and we will get more insight into what went on during the thought process of coming up with the grid, with the position they go in. But Mara seems to be on a charge. Up ahead, we see Oxygen closing in the gap in P3.
Can we go on
To,
good oxygen? Yeah.
yes, to
Can we
Caustic.
just see if he will try and get a move done round in turn 4? But seems like Kaushik got the better exit over there.
Yes, I don't think so. It's possible in that small area, but Freeman and that hunter still exchanging position back ahead, and Deepak Raj and Scary Pumpkin as well. Deepak Raj pitting, losing a couple of more position because he has lost a wing. Death Hunter up by one place.
Definitely a day to forget. Meanwhile, for the real SD, both the races not the best of starts, getting caught up and being at the end of the pack for in both the races he's representing the East region.
Yes, so definitely not the best of the things to be in the middle pack, as what our captains would have learned from this race. I'm pretty sure the next time when we organize it, it will be much more smooth sailing, and the captains also might know, what to do and where to put their drivers in with this experience that they are getting from this event itself. But we do have a train between P2 to P4, but we are right now on board with Mara, who has managed to close the gap to 4 tenths behind Kimrai on the softs, who is on the softs, Mara on the medium. So he's still trying to gain on Kimrai. Probably will be a move done in the next 2-3 laps, as Kaushik is the first of the
First,
front
yeah,
runners to pit
that,
for the
that
medium.
seems to be really quick, especially given that it is reduced damage and there's no quali wear on these tires as well.
Yes, I'm not sure why he decided to pit this early, but yeah, undercut seems to be, playing a factor on this track for sure. But meanwhile, we see Helium trying to chase Cryptid
There's
as we have
another
a.
NRA car which has spun around
Yes,
in
I,
turn
I
13.
think I think that's AlphaBot
Yeah.
who has spun around. Yep, I was not wrong. So back up on the battle up front. Even Mara has closed down the gap to Kimrai in the back. So let's see if he can get the move done in this DRS train that we are seeing right now. The West boys pulling each other ahead. Kimrai going for a defensive line. Nope, coming back on the racing line. Up ahead, Oxygen and Moto have exchanged places, or did
No,
no Oxygen? Yes, Oxygen tried to make a move but could not
so
get the
it's
move done.
super important for these two to stick together and help each other. As you can see, Mara locking up Major, but I think he will get the move done on Kim Rai right now.
Yes, I am not sure. Maybe he's waiting for the next trade, but definitely the braking is throwing Mara off, because maybe Mara is used to braking a bit more late, but when someone ahead of him brakes a bit early, then he has to respond to it. Tanish leading the pack up ahead. A lot of front runners pitting right now. Mara still not able to make a move on Kimrai. So all this is not helping Mara because he is stuck behind Kimrai. The longer he is stuck, the more positions he is not gonna gain when the people are done with their pit stop. But a lot of people jumping into the pits for the mediums, trying to cover the undercut from the other drivers. Almost everyone in the top 10 has gone into the pits. Tanish leading the pack with 3 second
Ooh,
clear
Kim Rai
as.
makes a slight mistake, and Mara thinks about going round the outside, but he has it
Yes.
covered on the inside.
Yes, and Mara even went for the cutback line, but that just did not help him with that, as Kimrai
But
runs
now
wide. Yep, so he did that mistake, and Mara was just waiting for that. Mara moves up to P4. Looking down the pack, it seems like the pack has cleared out a bit. Everyone separated by a second. It will be exciting to see where the soft runners, where the medium runners come out after they pit. Right now, Mara, Freeman, Death Hunter and Rooker. The medium runners up ahead in P in the top 10 at the moment, but yes, we will keep an eye. Kimrai seems to be holding on
The
to
race
Mara.
leader has just gone into pits and Motomoto's followed suit behind him.
Even Helium has decided to follow him. So we see a lot of people following each other. Kimra is still not deciding to pit. Oh, wait. Yes, he has not decided to pit yet. Maybe going for one more lap. I'm not sure, but would not be the best of the decision. Maybe he's thinking that he is keeping up to Mara. So let's just use his DRS and try for a overcut. But let's see if he can get on with the overcut. Meanwhile, a lot of people exiting the pits right now. Tanish coming out P5, which will be a net P1 once the pit stops are done. But Rooker is right behind his tail. Can we go on board with Rooker P7? Yes, so right now Rooker is being overtaken by Kaushik on the outside on the fresher set of tires that Kaushik is running on the mediums. Right now,
Unfortunately for the North boys, they've come out behind Kaushik and Rooker, whereas Tanish came out in front of them. So there were two cars on their way to try and clear to get back up to P2 and P3 where they were previously.
yes, but still, as we can see that the North boys are right now P7, P9, P10. So that's really a good strong holding there as they are just sending it on all the corner with that superior grips, trying all kinds of alternate lines that they can take from every corner. And already Rooker seems to be struggling with those mediums. The fresh medium runners easily able to overtake. We can already see red light blinking on Rooker. That means he is out of ERS. Ahead, Kaushik is also planning for a move on Death Hunter, who is on 6 laps old medium tires. Um,
Yep.
at this point, it just seems like, Rooker is a sitting duck and Motomoto gets the move done on Rooker. Up ahead also we see two cars going side by side. That's Kaushik and Oxygen going side by side into turn 1, but Kaushik still managing to hold his
Hold on.
position.
Yeah.
Yes. Back behind again, Rooker losing one more position to Helium. So maybe medium to software not that OP of a strategy, question mark. I'm not sure about that. Maybe the pace difference is just so much that these people do not care about it. Back two of the East boys fighting it out, Death Hunter and the Real SD. Death Hunter on the soft tires. But right now, Cryptid seems to be hot on tail of Rooker. Rooker just losing more and more positions as the laps are going by. He simply does not have any grip left on those medium tires as Cryptid makes a move on the inside of Rooker, blocks it for good measures and moves up to P8.
So Oxygen, meanwhile, also tried getting the move done on Kaushik, but Kaushik braked that teeny bit late and kept the move on. But it's clear that Kaushik's run out of his ERS.
Oh, what
His
happened to
lights
Motomoto?
are blinking, and if Motomoto lost position, that's terrible news for the North
Yes,
boys. Yep.
I think he spun on the uphill climb, but coming up back to the top battle, Oxygen with the DRS, with the ERS. Mara, meanwhile, decides to pit and go on the fresh.
And where will he come out? Will he come out behind Motomoto or in front of Motomoto?
I think he will come out just ahead of Motomoto,
No,
just behind
just
Cryptid.
ahead.
Yes, so
So
that's
he's
not.
got to try and make easy work of Cryptid so that he can try and keep up. Meanwhile, Helium and O2 both get the move done on Kaushik right now. So right now, I think Freeman still has to pit, but it's a net P2, P3 for the North boys, whereas it's P1, P4 for the NRI boys.
Look at that grip. He's just sending it on all corners because he knows that he has the grip to do that.
Cryptid's still hanging on. It's not like Cryptid's given away. Oh,
I
that's
think
sauce. I think Cryptid was definitely there on the inside.
Yeah, I think Cryptid was still there, but Mara thought that he wasn't there. Maybe a report coming in against Mara there, but I'm not sure. Stewards will have a look at it and we will let you know the update on that. But that just sends Cryptid flying off, and he is now dropped down to P10. Kaushik, within 4 tons of Helium, who lost 2 positions in one corner a couple of minutes back because of the battle he was in.
But
Behind,
talking about Mara, not only did that incident, like I think it was his mistake, but he also got a 3 second time penalty because of multiple corner cutting. So that those 3 seconds could come to be really costly for not only him but the NRI region as a whole as well.
yes, so does not seem really good for the NRI region as it stands. The North will take the lead and will win the region's cup because we have P2, P3, and P6 taken off by the North region people. But yeah, that's what it seems like right now. Let's see if no incidents happen, then those will be our regional cup winner. Kaushik locking up into that corner heavily, carrying too much speed for that corner, may I say. But yeah, we have again a train between P2 to P5, all within a second in this train. Let's see who will be overtaken first and who will be able to hold their position as Deadpool gets a 3 second penalty right back behind in the pack.
Yeah, I thought Cryptid was doing really well to hold on to the outside line as it turned into the inside line, but unfortunately they came together at the apex of turn 9. That's definitely something for the stewards to take care. But meanwhile, the North boys were asking Kaushik to be as slow as possible a couple of laps ago. But right now, I'm pretty sure both of them are cheering Kaushik on to be as quick as possible and try to make it as difficult as possible for Mara as Kaushik commits to the inside line. But Mara, will he get the move done? Ooh, I think there's a teeny bit of wheel banging, but Baby gets the move done nice and clean and also gives the fastest lap. So that's another 1 point, which although I don't think will make the difference right now.
Yes, that 1 point will definitely not make a lot of difference, but that 1 point is something. And now Mara is on a charge for a P2. The two North boys ahead of him right now. His target will be set for those two people up ahead.
So
Let's
for
see
the
what
North
he
boys,
does.
it's super important to ensure for oxygen to ensure that helium is within that 1 second gap because the DRS is probably the only saving factor for him right now. So they've got to work together. As you can see, Mara's got so much pace already on the diffuser of helium right now. But again, probably the next straight is probably the best possible straight to overtake because helium will not have DRS. So it'll be interesting to see what Marinello Baby does. Helium's already run out of ERS as well. Coming across to the start finish straight, Helium will get DRS off of his teammate Oxygen, but Manolo Baby super close, deploying all of that ERS. Actually, not so much of it.
Actually, he can see the red light blinking in the car up ahead, and that's how he knows that he's out of ERS. But brilliant driving by both of them, giving each other enough space. As I said, that there has been a bit of pushing out of the track, but Helium does not loses his car, and Mara moves up one position. Now Mara is charging the guy up ahead, which is Oxygen. So Mara on the fresh tires is looking really sporty right now.
So for P1 and P2, the net total is 92 points, plus the fastest lap is 93 points. For P3 and P4, it is 68. And the gap between the two teams was close to 30 points. So while this battle is taking place between Mara, Oxygen, and Helium, I think the real deciding factor right now is Moto and Freeman. Freeman is P11, but he is on a soft. He is on the softest. He's on the soft tire and the freshest tire right now on the grid. So it'll be interesting to see if he can clear Dwajin and also try and make up for that 3 second time penalty.
Yeah, for sure. Like right now, Freeman also can be looking for a good position finishing, but Mara does have a 3 second penalty, which will drop him down a couple of positions if he is not able to create a 3 second gap between him and Oxygen and Helium, which seems very unlikely considering that Oxygen is just within 1/10. Thinks of going for a move, but decides to back out. This is the
But
last
gets a
second lap.
brilliant exit out of turn 2.
Yes, gets a brilliant exit with the DRS. Should be able to get the move done on Mara. Yes, he does get the move done. Oh,
Oh no, that's terrible news. It just got from bad to worse for the two drivers from the north.
yes, that might not be really good news for both of them because both Oxygen and Kaushik, Oxygen
Having
and
plates missing.
yes,
Yeah.
having end plates
I think
missing.
oxygen
Oh,
is
sorry,
alright. He just spun
yeah,
around. This is
Oxygen and
just
helium.
helium. Yeah.
Yes.
So I think
So,
right now oxygen should just be focusing on trying to ensure that Kaushik does not get the move done on him.
yes, for sure. So right now, I think the
Kaushik, meanwhile, being pounded on by the other driver from the north, Moto, who will have the inside line, but you don't want to be touching that curve. Kaushik, I think just close the door on him over there.
yeah,
Because
he
you
just
cannot take that curve. Moto cannot take that curve. That's going to send him into an instant spin man. Kaushik to that corner as though you could cut half that curve like you can in most of the corners, but
yes,
that's unfortunate for Moto and for Oxygen as well because this just allows Kaushik to continue his pursuit of the two cars in front of him.
yes, for sure. But right now, as it stands, it seems like yes. So there has been a team switch going on because he has damage, a lot of damage, which Helium is running right now. So Oxygen takes the position of P3. Meanwhile, Mara is in P1. Uh,
Ooh, when did that happen?
I did not see that actually. So
Yeah.
between all this incident, I think Tanish decided to fall back, if I'm not wrong, just
Or Mara
to
just had the pace.
yeah, I think Tanish just decided to fall back to have some fun battle with his teammate. But yeah, apart from that, right now NRI having P1, P2, but North having P3, P4, and P6. So North still looking strong, I would say. Uh, it's really rare that they will be able to take down NRI team will be able to take down North in this race because technically NRI team cannot do anything better than this is what they aimed for, finishing P1 P2, and this is what they are gonna do for this race. But yeah,
Absolutely. I mean,
P-
all that incidents for the North boys prevented the P2 because Mara did have the 3 second time penalty.
but yes,
But coming across the line with Tanish with a brilliant race from the start, controlled it really well and does get the race win. Oxygen P2, Helium P3, Moto comes across P6. So that's a really good tally of points for the North boys. And I think Freeman will take P11 as it is. So the worst finishing North car is P11. And I think you take that any day when you have four cars and the worst car you have is at P11.
yes, that is for sure. That is very much true. But yeah, we are almost towards the end of this event, and we will wait for the scoring sheets to update on the website, but on the grid it seems like North have taken the regional cup. The very first IRC regional cup has been claimed by the North team. Second comes the NRI team, and then the West, and then the East, and then the South, if I'm not wrong. So we will get the updated standing soon. I think maybe South might be ahead of East, but yeah, we will get the standing soon. So driver of the day, Maranello baby, by the game. But this has been a long stream, really long stream. I think we started off at 7:30 and it's almost 11. Did not expect it to go for so long. 8:30, 9:30. Yes, I expected it to finish it by 10, but because of the live stewarding and the all the live things that we were doing, it got delayed by a bit. But that's all from the regional cup. I will just get back to you guys if we can have the top three
Yep.
captains at least for the interview, and then we can say bid adieu to this regional cup, which took a week of preparation, but at the end resulted in a really successful finishing. So this is the final position finish for our drivers: Tanish P1, Mara P2 with the penalty, P3 Oxygen, P4 Helium, P5 Kaushik, P6 Moto P7 Kimrai, P8 RB, P9 Cryptid, P10 Dwajin, P11 Freeman, P12 P12, Rooker P13, that under P14, Crazy Joe P15, the Real SD P16, the Deepak Raj P17, Scary Pumpkin P18, Deadpool P19, Alphabot, and P20, Sai Chanakya.
Sethi
So
Chanakya.
yes, I think his actual name on Discord is just Chanakya, but yeah, that's it for this event. Let me just see if we can get in the drivers in for the podium interview. Just hold on, you guys can discuss about the event itself, how it went.
But absolutely, as we come close to the end of this regional cup, I think while we still wait for the official points table, I think North does have it in the bag. But South, with a really good final race as well, I think will become super close to determine who has the last three positions to see who has the final podium position. But Electra, do you have any thoughts?
That was a really successful event. Nice to see. It's basic great battle. The field was seriously really close to each other, especially yeah, really close racing. Even though everyone's from different tiers, everyone has different skill levels. But it's great to see such close racing at the end of the day. That's what we intended to have, and yeah, we got that.
Yep, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see who is overall the driver of the day as well, because I think right now the favorite is I think the favorite is Black Sheep or Couple. I think Couple finished P1 and P2, so I don't think there's any driver who's gotten a better result than him. He's got 92 points on his own, and Black Sheep as well. He got P1 and P3, which is amazing. Behind these two boys, the rest of the NRA region tried to rally behind these two, but they're not just stronger in numbers. While NRA probably had the better individual drivers, I think the strength of numbers, as we've seen from multiple popular fictionalized shows, the North seems to have won again.
Okay, so just a slight updates while our drivers are reporting a couple of incidents that happened with them. We will be back with the final points as well, so do hold on. Meanwhile, why don't you guys type in the chat what did you guys think about this event, and we will read out a couple of the chats, from our. I don't even remember how long it has been. 3 hours, 30 minutes stream. We peaked out at around 55 viewers, 56 viewers, which is currently one of the highest on our channel. But we will have a look at your chat. What did you think about the event as well? So do type in your feeling about the event, and if you would like to see more about this, we will take in feedbacks while we wait for our final standings to be updated on the website, which you can go and check later on as well. But we will show it on the stream as well with the podium interview, and we should be done by 11 o'clock. I hope for the best.
Yep, absolutely. Do let us know what you thought. Do give your feedback if you feel like we could do something more, if you feel like we could have done something better. And if you've got further ideas to have streams like this, do type it out in the chat as my throat is now going dry. Meanwhile, yeah, we in the chat says that the West is pretty proud because most of us had them down for P5, but they seem to be fighting and possibly do have P3 in the bag. So kudos to West, because I think the general talk around the paddock was that they are the weakest possible team, but to finish P3, bettering the odds that were stacked against them,
Yep, I
massive
would.
props to all the lads from the West.
Yes, that is definitely for sure a very good show by the West. I am disappointed by my own region, but things happen. We learn. Maybe next time when we do another Regions Cup, East will be up on the top. But yeah, definitely a good show by West as well. Akash Hegde coming in with the awesome championship, and looking forward to the next one. So for sure, we'll see if we can get a next regional championship, maybe after we are done with our tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 race in that break week. If we can get some event planned, another regional cup maybe. Anhydrous acid, He's asking a question: will the results be after? Yes, stewards are looking into the incidents. The results, whatever you see for the first three events, are after applying the verdicts. And for the last event, the stewards are looking into the incidents, and we will post the final result on the website with the verdicts, and we will show it to you guys, and we will get the captains of the top three teams to have a small insight on what went down in the VC during the full championship. Uh, Siddharth Kulkarni coming with awesome event, guys. So much fun. Mara was not clean at all today. So Aman thinking that Mara was not clean, but maybe some incidents might have triggered that. But we stewards are looking into it. Don't worry. Even though Mara is a steward, we have around 3 stewards who were active for the entirety of the event. So right now, if anyone has any reports against Mara, they are already reporting it to Myth or Black Sheep. So we do have a bunch of stewards, so not to worry. They will look into the incident, and if there is something to be penalized, he will be penalized accordingly. But as it stands, North takes the championship, followed by NRI, and then followed by West. That is our top three. Final points I will tell you later, but let's just get all the captains in. Meanwhile, while the people are doing the final calculation, let's just have a talk with uh, you know all the leaders. I think there is some issue with your yes. There you go.
No one saw that.
We'll pretend that we did not see that because we are already tired from
What
three
did
and
I
a
miss?
half.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
Nothing at all. So yes. But yeah, I want to especially thank the IRC team for providing in for the event. I cannot thank myself. Nish, can you thank me, please? Very much.
I was going to, but now you made it super shallow for me to thank you.
So yes, it was a good effort. It was a combined effort by our website team, our stewards team, as well as our coordinators who made this event a big success. A lot of the organizing was done by me, but the execution was done by the whole team. So we had the stewards running all the time in the live stewarding, so that all the points are applied that time itself, and the racing is kept clean as possible in the races. But yeah, steward team did their job. Coordinators helping the website team to get the result up as soon as possible, as soon as the session is over, and we getting to see the current tally of the points on our website itself. Again, a great showing by the coordinators as well. Website team always up ahead, up there. Special thanks to Kapil as well, who did host all the 4 sessions. It is definitely past his bedtime right now, but he is still sitting there waiting to do the final standing. So special thanks to him as well. And that's it. A great show by the whole IRC team to put this event together.
Yep, and again, thank you. And like you asked for, we would all like to thank you, Deepanshu, for all the work you've done. It hasn't been an easy week for you, but you've always found the time, not just this week, but pretty much every week, to put in so much work in ensuring that this community gets everything it is getting from all the work you do behind the scenes, which is really hard to put into words or quantize. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Yes, thanks very much. I have gotten Helium here, who seems to be the provisional winner for, provisional team captain winner for our Regions Cup. So, and I have gotten Chicken as well, who seems to be finishing P2 right now in the Regions Cup. So,
Are we sure?
we will get this. We will get the final standing soon. But
Verstappen 2018
Well,
vibes right here.
I mean, my interview will be based accordingly, right?
but yeah, you will definitely be either P1 or P. You will be either P2 or P3. But yeah, P1 is run off by Helium for
North.
sure.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
North. So
I think based on my math, I think P2 is also like pretty clear.
Yes. So why don't you guys talk to Helium about his planning for the race?
Yeah, so we heard from the NRI boys. I think we've heard a bit about what went behind the scenes from Mara and Couple. But Iliam, what was the working strategy for you guys? What were you guys talking about leading up to the week with respect to strategy, maximizing potential? Because it clearly felt like while the NRI region had more race wins, had the better drivers, but it just felt like you guys seem to have had strength in numbers. So tell us a little more about that.
And I think the one thing that gave us the most help in getting the points was not getting any incidents. I'm pretty sure every time I raced, I saw someone crashing behind me. I'm guessing they were race lap one incidents there.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think that didn't work out too well for a lot of us. But I think the thing that worked the most was most of the teams didn't give any fast drivers in quali. So I
Correct.
think that's that's where we I think one stop because we got P2 and P3 in quali, which gave us track position for vets, which is very important. So basically, that was the plan to get the track position as early as possible, and then keep at least one fast driver in every event, which we did. And then we had some technical difficulties with some drivers dropping out. So I think that also helped us because one of the tier 3 drivers dropped out in place of him, oxygen raised. Pretty sure NRI will say that that's the reason why we won. And I'm not disagreeing you, I'm not agreeing with you. We won. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, you won.
Exactly.
So, WTF Chicken, your thoughts on that hot take?
I think it was a good event. At the end of the day, I think it was supposed to be a fun little thing whilst the league was going on, and it was nice and fun. The fact that we all got competitive and a lot of people watched. So it was a good event. We could have done better, but I think we're all quite happy with where it is. My race in France, I think that could have been a deciding factor, but me and Couple, the idea was to run in each other's DRS and kind of stick to it, but I got I got thrown off the track and I came all the way at the back, so that wasn't good for our starting positions in Bahrain, and obviously cost us a lot of points as well. But apart from that, I think everybody did really good, and even the other teams, I think it all came together really nicely. So yeah.
Yep, absolutely onwards and upwards. Deepanshu, you got any news?
Yes, there is a bit of spicy battle going on in the discussion we see above. So, yeah, the stewards will take a bit more time than usual to come up with their verdicts. People are presenting some evidence against Mara and some kind of illegal overtake, and they will they will be looking into that. So if that comes through, then Mara might get 1 or 2 position penalty, and he might fall a couple of positions back. So now I understand the concern that Chicken was having. Maybe West can overtake NRI, but I still feel that it's a long shot, But yeah, we do have Crazy Joe. Before we move on to Crazy Joe, Chicken, I realized that in the France race, after you fell back, you pitted 1 lap later, and we saw you struggling, spinning around.
Yeah, that was a horrible decision.
Yeah, so I feel really bad for you. I was really feeling bad for you seeing you drive on the softs in that wet condition. How were you managing to keep it on the track?
I wasn't, because I was not on the track. If you noticed, I had a broken front wing, I'm pretty sure, and I just wanted to get into the pits as soon as possible. The whole thing kind of threw me off. The idea was not to be at the back of the grid with soft tires on a track like France, and at the same time, time as I was supposed to pit in the previous lap, the game showed up as your teammate has pit. So if I would have gone in, I would have held back. So I thought maybe there is enough that I could pull another lap, and so I stayed a lap extra, but it was horrible, and it just went bad to worse. I was already P18 after I got punted off the track, but then eventually I came P19, I think, or something.
Yeah, something like in those lines. But yeah, Rusty, why don't you take over for Crazy Joe? He is also here. Provisional P3 region captain. We will get to know soon the confirmed.
Yep. So Crazy Joe, some of your drivers expressed it in the chat section, and I think the general talk has been that you guys are probably the weakest roster in out of the five. But to get P3 itself must be feeling like a victory. So what's the morale or what is the talk like in your channel right now? Crazy Joe, do we have you with us here?
I don't think so.
Yep.
And he's back.
Unfortunately, if you're trying to say something, we're not able to hear you, Joe.
Well, on a better note, I want to say congratulations to IRC community. I think we hit 50 viewers this time.
Yeah, concurrent viewers. Yep.
Yeah, so congrats on everyone.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yep, you are. Go on.
Oh yeah, sorry for the technical glitch. Been sitting on the PC for the maybe past 7 hours is taking a toll on the PC and me myself, you can say. But whatever, yeah. As you said, we were the underdogs. We didn't really have the fast drivers. Whatever we had to manage that. But it really worked out well. P3, provisional P3, in the championship sounds really good. And yeah, just to say, my boys really did well. I'm very proud of them. And I myself couldn't manage the most points. I had high hopes for a wet Italy race, but unfortunately, I had an accident. I ran into the gearbox of one of those guys, and I had contact. Like I received a front wing damage that
Yeah.
compromised my race. And later on in Bahrain, my PC was so like it was so hot in the end. I was losing frames. My PC was acting up weird. I was just racking up penalties left, right, and center. But just to keep my team spirits alive, all the Cryptid, RB, Kimrai, and rest of the other boys they really did really well. I'm very proud. And even Baba, without any practice, managing to come in the top five for the two races, that was impressive drive from him. So yeah, that was indeed an amazing experience with the IRC community, like this Western region community, the races. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm like hyped right now.
I think at the end of the day, the biggest winner is not any one region, but the IRC community as a whole. Because, like we've talked about, definitely, people have gotten closer and better, gotten closer within each region, but also, the camaraderie has always been there. Yeah, Deepanshu.
Are you sure about that? After this, maybe NRI region might be hating North region, but yeah, there was a lot of
Nah.
fire going on in the above BC store, so I went to just put it out, and now so there is a bit of conflict of interest going on among the stewards. So right now we have got another steward, Masum, in, and Kapil also, who was an ex-steward. So they will be taking the decision on Mara's incident, because Mara and Black Sheep seems to be in the from the NRI
Yeah.
region, so they cannot take the decision. We have Kapil, Myth, and Masum who are taking the decision. Masum being the neutral from no team at all.
Fair
Yes.
enough.
So, did you guys already speak to the leaders? Then I can ask one question to all the leaders. One general question.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yes. So one question that I had for all of you, we'll start off with Helium himself. So how difficult was it coming up to this grid? Coming up with all the managing of the team, managing of the drivers, deciding which position they start, going with the strategy, being their race engineer. How was it? Like, how was this whole experience for you, Helium?
Well, it was very tiring. First of all, did not expect this much managing I had to do. And there were so many last minute cancellations and changes that I had to do. And then while the changes were happening, people were just not there. So yeah, I guess that's something that I don't want to do again. Would love to participate again in such events, but won't want to be a captain.
Yeah, so we have taken note of all the drivers who did mark attendance and did not yet appear, even after telling me. So we will take strict action against them. You don't need to worry about that. But yeah,
About you just don't remove the points because that's not our fault.
no. We won't remove the points of what you earned. We will just have a chat with the people who marked attendance and did not attend. We will have a serious chat with them. They might be even looking for a, some kind of a ban from the events as a whole. One or two events. So yeah, that we will, admins will take care of it. You don't need to worry about this. But yeah. Thanks for sharing your opinion. Why don't you share your opinion, Crazy Joe? How was all this?
This was the first time managing something like an online event, you can say. I have been managing events, but this was really different experience from guiding people to training them literally. Like, I had a couple of tier 3 boys in my league, and I was giving them setups, telling them which corner to take, what to do not climb the curbs, everything. From training them to even teaching them what to do, what liveries to do, what sponsors to take, and doing practice sessions, taking calls, and then like I've been telling you that I've been online since 2 a.m. My laptop has been running hot. My parents have been running hot. Please
I
get
can
up from the.
I can confirm on the second point for myself as well. I have sat on my chair at 11 a.m. today morning and I have not gotten off. I am just making editorials for the event, setting up the event and managing it. And that's why I kind of distributed it among the captains, because, again, one person taking all the load is too much. So rather than
Yeah.
that, distribute it among all the captains. What about you, Chicken? What do you think about this experience?
Oh, it was a great experience. I've only joined this league very recently after my brother sort of introduced me to it. So this was pretty much the first time I had to, when someone approached me about no pro you, when you reached out that I should be the leader for this one, I was surprised and I didn't realize what I was trying to get into. But yeah, it was really nice. We had to strategize. The livery thing was fun. The overall event was fun. I think the layout was really nice, and it was very competitive as well, and everybody was quite involved, as we can see that with everyone reporting incidents clearly. But yeah, it was great. I remember last night we stayed up till 3 in the morning, me, Maranello, and Black Sheep, and we were arguing over who should be where and what's the best strategy to go for. So that was fun. Lots of arguments, but yeah, we finally, whatever happened, it was nice.
Yes.
And we did really well.
So one of the reasons why you guys were chosen was that we wanted to bring in some new faces into this league. So that's the reason why we chose a couple of you. You would see that all the captains were either a non-coordinator or a non-IRC team member. So it was done on purpose by me to
That's good. That's a good idea.
to give everyone some kind of a feel for the community kind of a thing.
I would have rather not done it because the amount of time this took and the energy this took and the stress I got from it. I'm pretty sure I shaved off 1 or 2 years from my lifetime doing this event.
I see what Propi is up to. I see what Propi is up to. He wants to like share, give away his throne to someone else so that when he is passed on, like his stress is taken over by someone else. So he's just training his other guys right now.
New recruits.
Yes. So you can just whatever stress you guys went to, you can just double it is what I have gone through. Because I had to set up stream, make editorials, manage you guys as well, and the doubts that you guys were coming up with, come up with a custom point scheme, make all the rules, regulations, tracks, make it as balanced as possible, make the teams not OP, somehow something going on everywhere. Let me just get back to you guys in like 1 minute. I will just come back. Are they still stuck with the same incident, or we can get the final points or not? I think we should call it a closer soon because it's already 11:15. Yes, I will be back.
Okay.
Yep.
So you
Sir, I
guys
see
have
a question for you.
any question?
How
Sorry, go
I
on.
have a question. I have a question for you. So how does it feel for you to commentate for 3 straight hours right now?
Well, it was pretty hard. It is pretty hard even now. Like I just can't
You
wait to
should
log
you
off.
should have taken your weight before commentating, and then after commentating, you should get back on the scales. See how
I,
much
I,
you've
I would
dehydrated.
probably, yeah, but I've gone through like a liter and a half of water
Damn.
and my
Nice.
dinner as well.
Kimi Räikkönen.
Yeah, it
Literally
was
drink.
pretty hard. Like, my throat is still like super dry.
Damn.
Well, it was super fun. Like I think all the races we got to see some amazing racing. Like initially, I was a little worried about the fact that you've got drivers from various tiers
Tears, yeah.
with different levels of experience. So it could just be like there's a lead pack, there's a mid pack, and there's a pack at the end just struggling. But I think overall the racing has been like super clean, and the packs were generally close together.
You know what?
We had a DRS sprint in
Yeah.
pretty much every race, which was great. Yeah, Electric.
TA3 has surprised me a lot. Honestly, I didn't expect like them to do this well. The
Yeah.
members from TA3 were really surprisingly on. Like I know that no one did anything amazing, but consistency.
No, I
is
think,
the
I
whole
think,
point.
I think, yeah. I'm sorry to cut into you, but I think Roker is a tier 3 driver, and I think he finished P6 at quali. And I think that's great. That just set up
Yeah,
his team up so well because, like Helium talked about, having grid position from one race is really important for the next race.
yeah. I mean, all the different, at least different teams were using different strategies. Different regions were using different strategies. One prioritized track position. One prioritized better drivers for racing. So yeah, it's all different strategies mixed up. At the end of the day, hopefully we'll find out who actually got the the overall win. But yeah, still waiting on that.
Yep. Getting pretty heated up. I see the Manilo incidents. So you guys have any insight on that? The two captains from those two regions, North and
I
NRA, on the
I
incident.
I can share some insight because it was one of my teammates who had an incident with him.
Cryptid?
Yes, Scripted was
Yeah.
from West. He was in
Yep.
my team. He shared this footage with Myth. Myth was reviewing it. Then Kapil joined in. Then Black Sheep joined in. Then the whole community joined in. And
Okay,
we decided
final update from people.
Yes.
Crazy Joe, you will carry on after I speak. Sorry, sir.
Sure.
So, Mara getting a 5-second penalty for all his incidents combined. So he will drop to P5 from P2.
Oof.
That's the current
Wasn't
verdict.
his gap already 5 seconds to the next
No,
position?
No.
We had a 3-second time penalty. in
Penalty
game as well.
because of which his gap was not that. So from the final,
Was that penalty not removed? Because there was 2 warnings on the same
yes.
time.
So he got a 3-second for collision with oxygen incident, and a 5-second for cryptid incident. So total 8 seconds he got, but his 3 seconds got removed because of the crossing the track when battling someone. So ultimately ended up with a net 5-second more penalty. So that's why I told the short version rather than telling the long version. But yeah. So he will drop to P5. Currently, Kapil is uploading the results on the website. We should have it within 2 minutes, max to max, and we should be done with this event. And we can finally take a breather and chill for some time. I am pretty sure Helium is all done for the day. But yeah.
I'm not sure about Crazy Joe, but his desktop is definitely done for the day.
I have been up on this desktop being the race engineers for race 1, qualifying, then myself racing for race 2 and race 3. My laptop is at 100 degrees right now.
Wow.
You would want to cool that down.
I'm gonna put it in the freezer if I doesn't.
Probably not the best of idea. I think
I
there
swear,
are some.
I'm gonna pass out any second at this point.
It's okay. We can end the stream from YouTube. So even if you pass out, we can just end it from there. But I'm pretty sure that it was a very hectic event for all of us. But yeah, that's the reason why we have it only once in a while, such kind of event. But Maybe we will have it again once we are done with our tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 races, league races, and we are waiting for the new game. But yeah, we can not think about it for the next 2-3 months.
Just promise me you won't make me captain, and
I
I'll
will make you captain. That's fixed. So
Captain confirm.
yes, captain then confirmed. If you tell me like that, then it's confirmed.
So I'll be leaving the league then. I'm sorry.
Yes,
I
it was
am
good
having
having you here.
personal problems with the admin here.
But you have to mention this, like, hats off to Propi for setting this up.
Yeah.
Finally,
For
someone thanking me. But
come on.
Rustinish already thanked me. Before two
Yeah,
times.
I joined the party late, but since the inception of this the league race, this regional race, you have been running around making teams, and I know you firsthand, like what happened, what you were going through, and everything, and still managing to complete the event in such a amazing fashion. That's like kudos to you, Propi. Amazing stuff.
Thanks much. It's all I have gained, as a reserve. For the next 1 week, you won't see me on the server. That's probably a lie. You will see me on the server after half an hour. But okay, I can say that for now. Let me just get back and confirm if the results are updated. Then we can move on to that.
Yeah, that's it. I'm literally pressing refresh every 3 seconds. Don't worry.
Oh, it's not. So Electrip is more worried about the results being updated at this point.
I've been
I'm
spamming refresh for
refreshing
the past
every
10 minutes.
I am refreshing every 5 seconds. So
I'm
really
from my
interesting.
mobile, so I have no idea what the results is. Please update.
I mean, currently, I mean,
But I think also like while we talk about teams and results, also like I think it's important like to also highlight individual driver accomplishments. Couple like with a P1 and a P2, that's like incredible, like 92 points on his own. Black
Yeah.
Sheep with a P1 and a P3 also got the fastest lap, which was because he was P1. But nevertheless, 87 points over there, and Aditya with 71. And I'm pretty sure like the rest, there'll be some more who'll add on to this. So massive props to them as well. I think Oxygen is also right up there, won the race and also did really well in Bahrain. I think he'll be finishing P2. So all of these guys are incredible individual drives by them as well in the two races they got to drive or represent the region in.
We have SD as well, one of the leaders from East team who performed very bad. Thanks much. SD, please explain.
You kind of dragged me in the middle of a heated conversation, so I'll try to keep it as low as possible.
What went
Yeah,
wrong? What do you think went wrong?
yeah. I'm just saying it was a really good event, well organized. But I mean, organizational side, it was pretty good. From our side, we did pretty good. We tried to make the best of what we had in the team. And this thing is, just to begin with, there was a lot of bad luck. I mean, people having their labs getting blocked by other regions is not ideal. Then at the start, get taken out. Well, you have an insane start in rain, and you just get sideswiped by other regions. I mean, I'm not blaming anyone. It just happens when you drive with drivers with all the across 3 tiers. You don't expect much to begin with, but just saying that is just being a lot of unlucky, like a lot of bad luck and mixed with incompetence from me, of course. Playing on the pad after so long, it's not an excuse, but given that, I think we have done pretty good. It was a fun experience for everyone. I mean, main ideal, the main point of this was to socialize and get know people who we don't converse with normally. So, yep.
So
Just to sum it up, it was a good event. That's all I'm gonna say.
overall, I hope that you learned a lot of things from your captaincy, being a captain of the East region, and I hope that maybe next time when we have this region cup, we will come up, maybe beat North and
If it's
NRI.
not this game, I'll hopefully join.
Okay, mostly it will be this game itself when the all the tiers get over. But we have Harry, captain of the South team, also in the VC. So what do you think, Harry? How was the being the captain of South team be like? You were telling everyone to keep it chill for the entirety of the week. That much I know. But at the end, what do you think? How was the organizing and how was the event and stuff?
The event was great. I mean, if I know from the back end that it was single-handedly taken care majorly from you, so that's an excellent job from you. I can't say anything flawed in
Finally,
the
third person who thanked me. I like it.
Yes,
More people,
obviously,
please,
Profi. Come on,
please.
I can't take that away from you. But I mean, unfortunately, when it's a regional cup, you can't really pick up a South guy and put him in North just for BOP's purposes. But looks like we are divided ourselves around the globe and in the country in a way where you can't really apply a BOP. I understand that too.
Don't
You're
worry.
trying.
Next time I will apply some other concept which I had originally planned but had to change because of a couple of coordinators not agreeing with it. But next time we'll go ahead with that, and we'll have two separate South teams rather than having a West and a South, that kind of a team.
Yes, but other than that, I was clearly telling it to my team. Actually, I was no leader over there. I had them to help me all over. I did
We
not
got
go one
update
single
results.
job.
Okay, finally, Harry, we'll cut you off there. We have the updated results.
Sure.
Can you do the honors, Electrip?
There you go.
Yes, so there we have the final results. So we do see North leading with 428
Winning,
points.
not leading.
Yes, not leading, winning the regional cup, our first regional cup with 428 points, followed by NRI with 364 points. West being at with 271 points in P3. So we were correct on when we predicted who will be P1, P2, P3. South with 210 points and East with mere 159 points. So we do know that East needs some buffing up to do in the next event. But yeah, great show by everyone. An update on the last race towards. So Mara was given an additional 5-second penalty, as well as Oxygen. My bad, Crazy Joe. You were awarded a 3-second penalty for incident with someone. I'm not sure whom, but you were
That
given
was
a
with
3.
Mara. That was with
Okay,
Mara.
with Mara himself. So you were given a 3-second penalty as well. So these were the two verdicts from the last race. That's it. I think we are done with this. Harry, you were telling something you can complete, and then we can end this stream.
Yeah, nothing else, nothing. It was fun. I was clearly telling my teammates that, see, boys, it's a very varied grid with a lot of pace difference. So don't expect too much and just go into the race, have fun, have your laps, and enjoy the race. That's it.
Yes, nice message from the South captain there. But yeah, that's it from us. This is our final grid, our final regional finishing positions. If you want to look at it again, you can always head over to our website, indianracingcommunity.co.in, and you will get the standings for the same with the people as well, like what points each one scored. So all of those information you can find it on our website. So if you want to look at it again, you can go have a look there. But that's it from me, Nish, and Electrip. A big shout out to Electrip for surviving for the past maybe 4 hours here, as well as Nish, who has been talking constantly for the past 4 hours, filling in the gaps when I wasn't here. And it was a great support by everyone. We will soon be back with another fun event, but meanwhile we will be back with AC fun event tomorrow. I think it's called Eco Cup. More details will be shared in the community, or has already been shared in the community, but we will be back with the stream on that cup tomorrow at IRC, and then we will continue with our normal league racing from the next week onwards. This was a break week, and we turned it into something fun. So thanks for sticking around, for people who's were there till the end, and thanks for supporting your team. And that's it from us. Have a good night. It's almost 4 hours. I want to drag the stream for another 30 seconds to hit the 4 hours mark. Just for, just for the lulz, but yeah, more 10 seconds and then we end the stream. But thank you for watching. 9 seconds and we go offline.
Thanks to the comms, guys. You guys did
Yes.
amazing.
Okay,
Thank you.
it's 4 hours. I'm ending stream. Sad. Bye.
Bye bye.
Oh, bye.